Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez Delucia.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here.
Sade Fashokun.
Here.
Paul Gauthier.
Here.
Christine Maurer.
Here.
Francesca Romans.
Here. All right, it is 6:16, and with a quorum of the board present, I declare our May 25th meeting to order. With that, we have a very robust agenda this evening with lots of amazing topics and some wonderful students here to present. But we will start off with our first agenda item, our Pledge of Allegiance. And before we start our pledge, I'd like to introduce to y'all and welcome Cadet Stella Estepona of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School to lead us this evening in our Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Cadet Estepona, a 9th grade student at Vista Ridge High School, is the son of Eugene and Jessica Estepona and an active member of the Lone Star Company's varsity physical fitness team. Cadet Estepona takes pride in serving the community as a volunteer at the Veterans Memorial Park and local Adopt a Road cleanups. Through her success, she was recently assigned as training officer for the 23-24 school year. Cadet Estepona is also involved in various campus and community organizations, including serving as captain of the Vista Ridge, varsity swim team and running a swim class for local children. Cadet Estepona takes it upon herself to mentor fellow students and encourages them to participate in extracurricular activities. Her commitment to service, sharp personal appearance, and exemplary conduct earned her the designation as Cadet of the Month for May 2023. Cadet Estepona performance and dedication were a vital part of the Lone Star Company's success, which resulted in her unit being ranked #1 in the state of Texas. Her actions reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, her school, and Leander ISD. Well done, Cadet Estepona.
Please stand and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
All right, board members, as a usual highlight to our meetings, we have our recognition next up on our agenda, Spotlight on Learning. Steiner Ranch Elementary School is here to present to us this evening, so everybody, if we can direct our attention to them.
Board of Trustees, thank you so much for inviting us this evening. I'm Brittany Clifford. I am the principal at Steiner Ranch Elementary, and we are so happy to be here today. We are excited to share with you something very special that's happening on our campus. At Steiner Ranch Elementary, we believe it's important to engage, support, and inspire kind, respectful, lifelong learners. And to do that, we have formed our teams. We have 4 cadres that meet together to do the work of our campus improvement plan. And I wanted to highlight 2 goals that we have focused on this year. Goal 1, which is empowering student learning, and Goal 5, which is safe and innovative learning environments. And so with those goals, we have formed teams, and one cadre we would like to share with you tonight a little bit about their mission, their vision, and I think there's no better person to share with you than the wonderful stallions that I've brought here tonight. So I am so appreciative of their work. They are the ones on the ground. I just get to be proud of them. So I'm going to turn it over to them.
Good morning, or good evening, board. My name is Tamara Schifrin. I'm the assistant principal at Steiner Ranch, and I have the joy to describe to you guys tonight the innovative learning environment. So this cadre, the specific charge that we're working on includes integrating innovative spaces around our school. So for this cadre, they have worked tirelessly this year on integrating 2 robust innovation labs, one for our upper grades and one for our lower grades, for them to be able to explore in the STEM subjects and to explore and be challenged. We also have grade level STEAM carts that are mobile, so each grade level is able to access these STEAM carts into their classrooms. They are ready to go with different learning. About every 9 weeks we rotate them, and it's so fun to see the kids explore and dive into it. We also have our outdoor garden classroom, which our students visit all different grade levels. It's been a collective responsibility to get this gardening up and running, and might I say it's beautiful right now. The rain has made it bloom. And then we also have our hop enrichment sessions, and I'm going to hand it over to our quest teacher, Ann Witt, to talk a little bit more about our hop sessions.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I'm going to talk a little bit about Hour of Power, or Hop Time. So Hop Time was born from the desire for something that was meaningful, something engaging, and something that allows our teachers and our students to share their passions with each other. Our why. We talked a lot about our why as we were developing this. Thinking back to our mission statement, 3 words really stick out: engage, support, and inspire. Through Hop Time, the students are allowed to explore topics that are new and interesting to them, fostering their curiosity. With curiosity comes engagement. The sessions offered are highly engaging and allow students and teachers to build meaningful connections around a common interest. We see students trying new things and finding talents that they didn't know they had. We've seen a big boost to attendance on our Friday Hop Time days, as students do not want to miss a session, or they do not want to be late for a session. They are motivated to get to school on time. Many of our sessions encourage students to think critically. For example, the session that I led was chess. Chess improves children's concentration, their problem solving, their critical and creative thinking, and even their mathematical abilities. It's also helped with students with memory storage and how young brains manage their information. We see students collaborating through games, art, sports, coding, and they practice the art of sportsmanship throughout their competition. Above all, the learning that is happening is authentic. Think of all of the math skills they may be using in a sewing class or in a cooking class. So our journey began back in 2019, pre-COVID, where a group of teachers and administrators desired to bring something new and exciting to Steiner Ranch Elementary. We observed at several different campuses who run a similar enrichment hour and returned from our visits brimming with ideas of how we could make something similar work at Steiner Ranch. Through our cadre work in the 2020-2021 school year, we ironed out some details of how it could work and did a soft rollout, being mindful of COVID and the distance requirements at the time. We began with each teacher choosing something that they were particularly passionate about, and they ran a classroom hop time with only their own homeroom class. Our PTA was very supportive throughout this and funded every classroom's purchases required for their sessions. Moving into 2021, 2022, our cadre continued this work to fine-tune hop time, and in the fall, we had a session with each homeroom once again. Once the spring rolled around and we were ready to move to our cross-campus model, as the restrictions with COVID eased and our staff was feeling more comfortable and ready to move to the next step, our spring hop time sessions flex students kinder through 2nd grade within 9 sessions, and our grades 3 to 5 students within 13 sessions. After great success with our first cross-campus hop time, the following year in 2022-2023, we offered 20 sessions between our K2 and our 3rd to 5th grade in both the spring and the fall sessions. Each session lasts between 5 and 7 weeks. And finally, how our process works. So we have the cadre and the group of teachers, they developed this process. And what they do, each teacher buddies up with another teacher who has a similar passion. They create sessions together. We pulled all available instructional assistants, we pulled specialist teachers, office staff, and even some volunteers to ensure that we had a great classroom, good ratio. We offered our teachers built-in time during staff development and their cadre meetings after school to plan with their partner teacher and make lists of supplies that they needed. And again, our PTA has been generously funding these purchases for us. Each group of teachers created an advertisement to show the students what their session was going to be about, and the students are given a presentation with all of the available sessions. At the end of the presentation, the students choose their top 3 sessions they're interested in, and from that, we make classes based on their top interests. And every student is guaranteed to be in one of their top 3 choices. So our cadre created lanyards for every student to wear that shows their name, their teacher's name, and where they're going. And on the day, the big day finally comes, they move seamlessly throughout the building with the help of some volunteers to get to where they're going, especially for our little ones. And each session is usually 5 to 7 weeks, once in the fall and once in the spring. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Legasic, who has some great students.
Good evening. Over the past 3 years, we've been able to offer 150 sessions. Some of those sessions have repeated due to the popularity of the students, but over the years, we've had a huge list, as you can see, just a few listed on the presentation. Now that we've talked a little bit about Hop Time, I think no one else better than to speak about it is our students and their experiences and why they think Hop Time is so special.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sai. I'm a 5th grader at Steiner Ranch Elementary. This school year, we did an activity called HOP. It stands for Hour of Power. We got to do different fun activities. In my HOP class, we did coding. We had fun making code while learning at the same time. I created many coding games, including a game that would shoot arrows at monsters. Our whole school enjoyed doing it. I enjoyed it so much that I continued coding at home, and I plan to continue it over the summer. I am very thankful for all of our SRE teachers for making our elementary school year so much fun. I will surely miss everyone.
Hello, my name is Lear and I'm in 4th grade. I love Hop Time because there I can find something that I like. For example, when I was in 3rd grade, I joined chess club. Turns out I was really good at it and I got a trophy. I also like Hop Time because I get to make new friends and socialize with other people and not just the same people that I'm with every day in class. For example, I met a new student in our grade in Hop Time. I made her feel comfortable and we became friends.
Hello, my name is Palmer and I'm in 3rd grade. My favorite thing about Hop Time is that you can try new things. Like if you're interested in coding, you can try it out and see if you like it. Or if you want to be a designer, you can sign up for sewing classes to try to create something. What is great about Hop Time is you can try new things and see if you want to be them when you grow up. So far, I have participated in a coding and amazing Altoid art.
Hi, my name is Lucy. I'm in 2nd grade, Miss Bacca's class. Hop is awesome because we learn new things. I have participated in enchanting painting, cooking, and crafty crew. When I was in enchanting painting, I got to go to the garden and learn about taking care of plants. I even got to take one home. In cooking club, I learned how to be sanitary, follow a recipe, and make delicious foods. In crafty crew, I got to show off my creativity in my art work. All of the classes are fun, but they also teach students really important skills in life. I look forward to Fridays because Hop will teach me something new. If you came to Hop class, you would love it too.
Well, yeah, I get to follow that cuteness. I mean, come on now. Hello and good evening, board. My name is Jennifer Castaneda and I'm a 3rd grade language arts teacher. When I heard that HOP might be a possibility on our campus, I jumped at the opportunity to help launch it. We started by visiting a campus in Lakeway to see how the process worked, and what I saw was a high level of student engagement. From a teacher's perspective, getting to share my passion for art with students allows them to see a different side to just Ms. Castaneda, the language arts teacher, and allows an environment for them to not only partake in what I love, but they get to see how important it is to have a balanced life that goes along with learning. My counterpart and I taught amazing Altoid art, where students used polymer clay and resin to create tiny worlds that fit all into an Altoid tin. There's a tiny little picture of it up there, kind of hard to see. An added benefit is getting to instruct and interact with students that I wouldn't normally be able to share the same passion. When I started my teaching career, I was an instructional assistant in PE, and that position allowed me to know every student on campus, and I really missed that. So HOP allows me to meet upcoming third graders and reunite with former students. And with that, the Stallions of Steiner Ranch would encourage you to come visit our HOP time next year, because at Steiner Ranch Elementary, what are we, Lucy?
And everything we do are safe, respectful, and encouraging.
Thank you again for having us. We appreciate you learning a little bit about Steiner Ranch.
All right, board members, I'd like to take our picture with our guest. As we're making our way, can we, before, have our siblings and our families who brought all of our students here stand up so we can applaud y'all as well? Can y'all please stand? Thank you. It's a community effort, and we appreciate y'all so much. All right, let's go take a picture with our guest. Obviously, they are a highlight. We are so proud, and they were so great. And we have other great news. We have our student recognitions coming up next for our UIL track and field medalist and career and technical education achievement robotics, JRTC, and DECA.
Hi, my name is Mia Tutt, and I'm a 5th grader here at North Elementary.
And I'm Rebecca Reed. I'm a 4th grade navigator. We're celebrating the end of the school year with some of the district's top talent in athletics and career and technical education.
2 exceptional runners from Leander ISD showcased their talents on the big stage at the highly anticipated UIL 5A and 6A track and field state meet.
In the 6A boys 3,200-meter run, Vandergrift High School senior Kevin Sanchez displayed his endurance and skill in securing an impressive second-place finish. Kevin's success didn't end there. In the 6A boys 1,600-meter run, he added to his medal collection by finishing in 3rd place. Over the 300-meter hurdles event, Amandi Graham, a senior from Cedar Park High School, showcased her grace and skill to earn a commendable 3rd-place finish. If you blinked, you probably wouldn't have missed them. Congratulations to them for making them stand proudly on the podium. In the exciting world of robotics, Leander ISD's high schools know how to put the number 1 in #1 at ISD. Join us as we showcase the dedication and teamwork of these talented students.
Vista Ridge High School Rogue Resistance 9527 team reached extraordinary heights in the first Tech Challenge FTC category of the UIL 6A state competition. This team took home the coveted first place. Also at state, they claimed the first place design award and the 3rd place control award. Next up, we have the Robo Lobos 14361 team from Cedar Park High School, who secured the first place at the UIL 5A state competition. At FTC State, this talented group served as the alliance captain of a divisional finalist alliance and received the esteemed control award. And their success didn't stop there. In the world competition, the Robo Lobos 14361 team led the number 1 alliance in the Jemison division as the team captain, reaching the division semifinals. Now, let's turn our attention to the Vandergrift High School, where we find not just one, but two remarkable FTC teams. First, we have the Aquatics 6299 team, who made a significant impact on the state championships. Their outstanding performance earned them a second place and the Inspire Award. At state, Vanguard's Hydra 7161 finished a division finalist. The Vanguard's legacy continued at the first Robotics World, where Aquatics 6299 earned an impressive design award and locked up third place. Finally, we shift our focus to Vanguard's FRC team, Valor 6800. In the first robotics competition category, they proved to be a force to be reckoned with. At state, Valor 6800 displayed their excellence by winning the Quality Award and the prestigious Woody Flowers Finalist Award. These accolades earned them a spot in the highly anticipated FRC World Championship, where they were honored with the Excellence in Engineering Award. These teams embody the spirit of innovation, teamwork, and excellence found all around #OneLISD, while developing capacity for citizenship, leadership, character building, and service to the community. Students in the Lone Star Company Navy JROTC, made up of students from all 6 comprehensive high schools in the district, with a home campus at Vista Ridge, achieved remarkable success in various competitions this year. Let's take a closer look at their achievements. Out of the 65 NJROTC units in Texas, the Lone Star Company emerged as the top unit in Navy Area 10. This remarkable achievement highlights their unwavering dedication in pursuit of excellence. The Lone Star Company's talented Cyber Patriot team, composed of Parker Knudsen, Sinam Azameti, Bryce Ritchie, and Benjamin Medina, used their expertise in cybersecurity to place first in Open Division and secure one of the 12 highly sought-after spots of the National Cyber Patriot Finals, out of more than 2,600 teams competing internationally. In the academic, athletic, and drill championship, their dedication to excellence was on full display by achieving an impressive second place in NJROTC Area 10, which encompasses the entire state of Texas. They continue to represent their unit as one of the 24 teams out of 630 in the esteemed Navy National Drill Competition. Lastly, let's recognize an outstanding individual whose marksmanship skills stood above the rest. Competing against skilled marksmen in an NJROTC Navy Area 10, Sadinam Azimedi claimed the prestigious first-place position and went on to represent Navy Area 10 at the Navy National JROTC Marksmanship Competition. Congratulations to the Lone Star Company Navy JROTC and its talented members for their outstanding accomplishments. Leander ISD's exceptional students continue the tradition of taking the business world by storm. Their dedication, hard work, and talent propelled them from the Texas State DECA competition and on to the prestigious DECA International Career Development Conference, showing their skills on the international stage. Vista Ridge High School advanced 10 teams or individuals to ICDC. Vandergrift sent 5, Rouse sent 4, Cedar Park had 3, and Leander High School had 1. All total, that's 23 teams or individuals from across the district competing at the international level. At ICDC, top 3 finishers included the Cedar Park team of F.B. Barnes, Claire Poulter, and Paisley Shells, which finished first in integrated marketing campaign for a product. Rouse's Pranab Palam, who placed second in the professional selling event, and Rouse's team of Bhavyashri Dagirala, Shrisa Marth Kolnati, Ayushi Priyadarshani, which placed second in Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising, along with winning a $1,000 scholarship. So much excitement and excellence. It's incredible to see how many students shine. We're so grateful to the staff and families that help make it happen. From all of us here at North, congratulations.
All right, that concludes our recognition agenda item. And we will move on now to the next item on our agenda, our board member remarks. Board members, I'll point out just 2 things, actually 3 for housekeeping. Let me just start with housekeeping. Is look at your timelines. You'll notice the times that are on here are again, going to be kind of conservative, assuming that we've all done our homework. made calls ahead of time to really be able to target those conversations and deliberations as we go through a rather robust agenda this evening. Of course, the meeting is y'all's, and so y'all get to decide how we expand or contract on these times. Let me go ahead and go to board member updates and board member remarks. As far as committee updates, I was able to go to our Key 6 with Cedar Park, and at our Key 6, they were reminded us that their Cedar Park leadership applications are open, and board members, even if you're not in Cedar Park, because we're on a board that impacts Cedar Park, you are welcome to apply for Cedar Park leadership. And so if you have not, please take a look at that application and see if that would be something you would be interested in. Also, of training and activities coming up, I'd like to point out the SLI conferences that are coming up this summer. There'll be one in Fort Worth area and then one in San Antonio. This is an opportunity for board members to get the required credits that you need. There are a certain number of required credits as well as state recommendation on training. To get an idea of like what the state requires as far as our training or what we're required to do as board members, you can simply go look online at the State Board of Education's School Board Development Framework. You can just Google that, Trustees, if you're interested. And it talks about several things that as trustees we are responsible for and that we need to do. So when we have these conference events, they're just a great time for us to be able to find out more about what's expected of us and what are our roles and roles and what's our lane. In fact, this document, the State Board of School Board Development Framework, is actually in our operating procedures. If you go look, there's a link there as well. And this is important because it also ties into, we usually have an evaluation period when we go to these conferences. It talks about what type of training is it that we need to improve and get better on. We usually do those evaluations as a school board member annually. You're required to do a school board evaluation on how you think we're doing as trustees. We usually do that right before the conferences so we can think about what are the training we need. Given that there's going to be some summer conferences, we might be upping that evaluation. Training is vital. When you see reports and reviews on districts by state agencies, many of them include concerns about governance, such as if trustees don't understand the roles or responsibility pursuant to statute, which can look like mixing up your responsibility with that of your superintendent or overstepping your role by intervening on daily operations. Continuing ed and training helps us get better at governance as well as understand our roles and responsibilities pursuant to statute. Our commitment to training and evaluating our work as a board helps us avoid pitfalls that can occur in governance team. Studies show a committed board to the role can improve student outcomes. And that is all my announcements on committee work that I've done to kind of highlight for y'all. Board members?
I'm just going to do a quick one. So the National Academic Mathematics Pentathlon Tournament has happened this spring, and I'm happy to report that in the state of Texas, we have a gold medalist at Reagan Elementary. Principals Marianne Norman, coaches are Joe Peacock, Candace Scott, and Allison Farris. And we also have a bronze medalist at Bush Elementary. So we have 2 places for the entire state of Texas for a national mathematics tournament. So I'm really proud of them. The principal at Bush, of course, is Kim Grubb, and the coach is Rathi Fahim. So thank you to all the parents that put together our Math Pentathlon programs. I know it's a lot of work. I'm super proud of all of them, and that one's close to my heart, so congratulations.
Last week I got to attend the Central Texas Affordability Summit, and that was hosted by Amplify Credit Union, and there was a panel of local leaders, including the Austin mayor. And so some of the discussions were around efficiencies that the city of Austin could implement in order to speed up the process of developing new housing. They also talked about, there was the workforce, trying to get workforce training and trying to get the local workforce ready for all the higher wage jobs that were coming into the area. And then there was some discussion about making sure that K through 12 is also included in their discussions on workforce development, just like Austin Community College, like they had some items on their bond, which were the recent bond that would help with expanding some of those certification programs. So it was kind of interesting to attend. Thank you.
On Sunday, I got to go to Honda Leander and give away a car, which was so much fun. Evan Turner from Rouse High School won a brand new Honda HR-V. It's the SUV, and they also gave away a bunch of other prizes. There was a fridge and an air fryer and a bunch of gift cards. So for all the juniors this year, make sure that y'all pay attention, because Honda has said they are going to continue giving away a car to a senior in LISD every year. So we'll do this again next year. Then on Tuesday, I spent the afternoon at 4 Points Middle School. I did the Mad City Money experience, which A+ Credit Union came in and set up stations for all the kids. And before they went into the gym, they got a sheet of paper which said, this is your job, this is how much money you make, your spouse, and this is how many kids you have. And then they had to go around and buy a house, buy a car, buy clothes, buy food, and keep their budget intact. And in order to check out, you had to have a certain amount, you had to keep your amount set. So it was a really great experience for them to start learning how budgets work and how much things cost. And then I got a tour of their hydroponics project, which is amazing. They have done so much work there in developing that. And it was fascinating because throughout our tour, they have the stations set up in different areas. There's in the library, in classrooms, in the hallways. These are accessible projects. They're easy for all kids to do, and they make the campus look really beautiful. And it was just really fascinating because we were able to hook in every single academic subject to these projects. It wasn't just about plants. So I'm really excited to see how they develop this project over the next year.
All right, we will go ahead and move on to our next agenda item.
I just want to say something real quick. I was able to go to Steiner Ranch Elementary about a week ago and experience their Friday HOP Hour of Power program. It is an exceptional program. Within a few minutes, I was able to get my hands dirty in the garden, and then I ran a touchdown in, and then I played a chess game, and then I had a cupcake. So it was quite an experience. And I was also able to catch a play last week at CC Mason, How to Be a Pirate, and they did a great job. So thank you.
Awesome, awesome. All right, board members, sound like we had very busy, productive weeks. All right, we'll go on to our next agenda item, to our citizens' comments, and we have a student to help introduce our citizen comments.
The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body charged with serving the educational needs of all school children in the Leander Independent School District, like me, my mother's favorite child, as they pursue their mission to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the Citizen Comment agenda item, which is time set aside during this meeting to hear from the whole community, which can include a wide audience of the entire LISD family. Still, remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email, come to a board cafe, or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. Board operating procedures and BED locals specify guidelines, so it is important that you have read them before you speak. The board wants to hear from everyone, but still asks you to be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. If you're presenting material that only certain high schoolers may encounter, remember that school children of all ages may participate in the board meetings either by watching them or you might see some in the audience. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be difficult, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
All right. And for our community and board members, I'll remind y'all that our students will always be at the top of our citizen comments portion of our discussion, and then it goes to the adults. So we'll go ahead and start with speaker number 1.
Hi, my name is Brooklyn, and I stand before you today as a student of Cedar Park High School and an athlete. Over the last month, there's been situations that have arrived that have caused me and half my softball teammates to quit softball because we do not feel safe around a particular assistant coach. Throughout the year, this specific coach has made rude, inappropriate, and discouraging comments and jokes that began discomfort around him as well as inappropriate actions. This includes standing extremely close to our faces, asking us to come into his room privately to teach us stretches, trying to massage my shoulder after I complained about throwing my arm out, making jokes about our body and our weight in front of other teammates, coming up to me in the hall and calling my guy friends my boyfriends and telling me to stop flirting. These are a few of personal things that have happened to me, and I can go on for a very long time. I'm asking you guys to please dig into this issue and please support our students and athletes. In my opinion, it feels like the school board and the school system goes to great lengths to protect their teachers and their coaches. This can be a good thing unless it opposes the safety and inappropriate behavior I mentioned earlier. Would you please come to the aid of our student athletes and our at Cedar Park High School softball program so that we can have a vibrant softball team?
Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2. Speaker number 2.
My name is Kendall Lynch. I am a current sophomore at Cedar Park High School. I was on the varsity softball team until April 4th when my parents decided the environment was no longer safe for my physical and mental well-being. Starting in the beginning of the year, many of us on the softball team were approached and made to feel very uncomfortable and unsafe by the assistant coach. Inappropriate comments were often made, staring at us in the mirrors while we were working out, an invasion of our personal space, all more times than that can count. All of these things were completely ignored by our head coach other than her asking us to change our positions while working out so that the assistant coach could not stare at us. We were told to change our behavior, not the other way around. As if being made to feel uncomfortable and not being supported by our head coach was not enough, our head coach began tearing us down as individuals. She told us we were toxic, homophobic, body-shaming other teammates, and that our parents had not raised us right. All things that I know are not to be true about myself, but when it's repeated to you over and over, you begin to wonder. My parents brought to the attention of our head coach the ongoing issues with the assistant coach. They too felt ignored. When no actions were taken with our head coach, then my parents went to the athletic director. Again, they were brushed off. When my very brave teammate decided to write an email about her experiences with the assistant coach to the leaders of our school and district athletic leaders, and my parent witnessed how poorly it was handled by our AD and the head coach, they decided I was no longer going to be playing with the team until changes were made to protect the students and their safety. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 2. Speaker number 3. Speaker number 3.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Brooke McCracken, and tonight I wanted to share with you a letter I wrote to the head coach. Dear Coach, since I know you are busy with school and softball, I figured writing a letter would be easier for the both of us to explain why I'm quitting. Since I was 7 years old, I have loved this sport with all my heart. I had coaches who were hard on me and constantly pushed me to be my best. But since I have been with Cedar Park softball, I have not felt supported or felt like I belonged. Especially within this year when I started playing with varsity during preseason, but was then told I was needed on JV as backup, even though I have for the most started pitching in all JV games. We constantly talk about softball IQ and how softball is a mental game, but the indecision and lack of communication from you and coach on what team I am playing on is not a good example of being prepared. As a coach, it is your responsibility to communicate with me what teams I am playing on, as well as what position. I have played numerous different positions that I have never played at before, such as second base and right field. I say this next part in a truthful way and not a hurtful one. You and the assistant coach have made me lose my love for softball. I no longer want to practice, play, or simply be on the field because of the coaching. You have talked to us many times about how us as a team are disrespectful to you and the assistant coach, as well as how we seem to do whatever we want. I get that you can perceive the team as that, But the root of the problem is that we lack leadership, discipline, and authority. You think we are mean, but in reality, we are coaching each other since we lack that from you and the assistant coach. My biggest problem with the coaching is consistency. If you want us to get better as a team, stay consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 4.
Thank you, school board members, Dr. Gearing, LISD teachers and staff, and the police officers who are here to protect us. Today I will be my last speech to the school board as an LISD student. I am thankful for a great school year. All of the teachers and staff have our family's deepest gratitude. As of Saturday, I will be a proud alumni of this great school district and soon a student at the University of Texas. Welcome. I'd like to talk about support for the teaching profession, especially public school teachers. Keep in mind this is at LHS. I'm proud to say my mother was a public school teacher in Texas. My grandfather was a public school teacher and also worked in civil rights to desegregate the schools in Texas and other states. So we know the history of schools and teachers being attacked by people opposed to the presence of one group or another in public schools. Teachers and staff of LISD have stood up for students. It's time for students to stand up for teachers of this district. This past week, a wonderful teacher for Leander ISD was attacked by outside groups. This is not what other people said just now, different situation. In reality, the video shows a truly lovely human being, a role model, and much loved teacher promising kindness and respect for all students. I'm very proud to say I consider this teacher a role model and a perfect example of the best of Leander ISD. Any school district and any child should be proud to have her as a teacher. We thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, speaker number 3. Speaker number 4, thank you. We now speaker number 5.
Thank you to the board members, Superintendent Gearing, and LASD teachers and staff for all you do, and to the police officers here to protect us. Today I'd like to talk to you about why it is so important for families to support the teachers and staff of Leander ISD. So many do a wonderful job teaching kids, supporting kids, and are inspiring us all to do as well as we can. Sometimes, if there's a problem, it isn't actually the teachers or the schools, it's the parents or kids. We should all be humble enough to know that while all schools aren't perfect, neither are all parents or kids. From time to time, there will be controversies or things to improve in public schools. One thing we should never, ever do is show disrespect for public servants who make great sacrifices in order to educate kids. We should all recognize that teachers of Leander ISD choose to teach at a great personal sacrifice. They could go get a bigger salary, working fewer hours with less stress. But they truly believe in the well-being of all kids in Leander ISD and in the future of our communities. So they take a job working incredibly long hours with few thanks and too much criticism. Much of it is unjust. A teacher who tries her very best to do right by all kids should be honored and showered with respect. Teaching is perhaps the most important profession in our society. Let's show teachers the respect they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, speaker number 5. Speaker number 6.
Good evening. I signed up tonight to speak about student experience on your agenda and also customer or parent expectations. When I consider the testimonies that were given today, I would ask you, board members, what do you think about those student experiences that were just described? Madam President, you mentioned in your board comments student outcomes and trustee roles and responsibilities. What are your roles and responsibilities regarding stuff like that? And those are isolated but not the only cases. We've been coming here for 3 years expressing parent concerns about things that are going on in the district that affect our families. What's your role in our responsibilities? You mentioned about the Cedar Park Chamber. What's your role? If we are, as you say, the minority, what's your role in that? What is equity in that? Have you not learned the lessons yet that Bud Light just learned? Have you not learned the lessons that Target is learning right now? What are your roles regarding all of the community? Or are you here to separate and segregate? People are hurting. People are being offended. People's rights are being invaded. By the way, I wore this shirt today, Freedom is Not Free, in anticipation of next week's Memorial Day holiday, because what we're fighting for today is everyone's freedom, not just the ones we like, everyone's freedom. People died for that.
All right, thank you, speaker number 6. Speaker number 7.
Members of the board, we are here today to provide you with an opportunity to use your power to protect not only our children, but our rights as citizens to take action in the case of violation of state law. We are here to discuss the matter of one of your 4th grade elementary teachers, her complete inappropriate and illegal behavior as a teacher under the authority of this ISD. She is a politician whom you and this ISD have allowed to inflict an agenda on our children. You have allowed her to provide unqualified mental health advice to our children and to infringe upon the rights of both parents and students to hold their own beliefs about identity. Would this board approve of a medically unqualified teacher providing therapy for bulimia or a complex PTSD? No. But you allow a teacher with no mental health qualifications to enact an unproven programmatic approach to the mental health of your students. You as members of this board must protect the health of our children and create policies that ensure parent and child have the right to seek proper treatment for mental health. Allowing an LGBTQ lobbyist to proselytize our children is an infringement of our right to choose. You must protect our children and our rights as parents to hold and express our own beliefs about gender. You must do this by preventing any grooming of our children.
All right, thank you very much, speaker. Speaker number 8. Speaker number 8. Speaker number 8's not here. Speaker number 8.
I'm here tonight. I have 2 graduates that are going to be graduating from Cedar Park High School tomorrow night. We moved to Cedar Park about 5 years ago, and I was so excited because I had graduated from Allen High School in 1987 and had an amazing experience with our marching band and the community, the relationships with the families and the administration, and I was so excited for what was going to happen for my daughters. I have 4 kids, 2 that are graduating, and then I have 7th, almost 8th, and 5th, almost 6th grade. And they all are athletic. And my daughters are softball players. And recently, over the last years, they've been expressing their concerns with their coaches about how things are going. And it's fallen on deaf ears. They've communicated. They're grown up enough. They have meetings after in the team huddles and stuff, and they've expressed their concerns, and nothing's been done. We were told as parents, if we wanted to make change, we need to have meetings. So we set up meetings with the athletic directors, the head athletic director. Our family alone sat with him for an hour and a half, and he took notes. You can ask him about the notes. He's only allowed to speak about it with other staff. But when we reached out to find out what's going to happen with this afterwards, our concerns were told that they were unwarranted. The investigations that were done were not warranted. These investigations that were talked about, we were told were negated and are not accepted. So I'm concerned about that.
All right. Thank you, speaker number 8. Speaker number 9.
I'm here to speak about legislation that's been passed by the Texas Legislature, Bill HB 4520, which says it's relating to the employment and retirement consequences for an educator convicted of or placed on deferment adjudication community supervision for the distribution of or display of harmful material to a minor, and similarly HB 1181. For years, at least the last 2 years, parents have approached this school board to draw attention to the fact that there are sexually explicit material in our LISD school and library. We parents have often been rejected, ignored, and in some cases castigated on this issue. It has been a problem in the community that has risen to the point of being heard by the Texas Legislature. Now they, unlike you, have chosen to act in a way that listens to parents on the issue of getting this filth out of our LISD libraries and classrooms. These recent bills that have passed will now add subsequent accountability to those individuals that refuse to rid our schools of this sexually explicit material, up to and including the teacher, librarian, or any other individual going all the way up to the publisher of this material. Through our utilization of the Texas Legislature to hear our grievances, we are putting you, the LISD School Board, on notice that there will now be accountability on this issue. Thank God.
All right, thank you, Speaker number 9. Speaker number 10.
Hi, I have 4 children in the district next year, and I just wanted to talk about, this morning I attended the Cox 5th grade graduation ceremony, and there was a video with kids saying what they liked best about their teachers, and every response was either that their teachers were nice, or helped them when they're having a bad day, or they're funny, or they're quirky, or they talk about their cats too much, or any number of nice things. But not one child said they were glad that they felt unwelcome or that they were made to stand out. I also saw a video of the attack on the teacher for being inclusive in her classroom. All 4 of my children are different, and I'm happy to know that teachers accept them and nurture them for who they are. I want my kids to be a better version of myself, to learn from role models beyond just me and my experiences. And we are extremely grateful for teachers at LISD to fill that role. So thank you to teachers for being, as a wise young lady said earlier this evening, safe, respectful, and encouraging. So thank you to all the great teachers at LISD. You are seen and you are truly appreciated.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 11.
Hello, my name is Alexis and I've been teaching in Leander ISD for 5 years. Over the last few years, teachers have been under attack locally and at a state and national level for supporting kids in our classrooms. As a teacher, it is my job to make students feel safe and welcome to be themselves so that they can actually engage in learning. Luckily, the easiest way to do that is to respect them for who they are and trust that they know that better than I do. It is through this foundation of respect that I'm able to build relationships with my students, a best practice and key component to effective teaching. Recently, a teacher in our district has been the target of a smear campaign for providing representation for people of diverse backgrounds in her classroom. Being able to see yourself and your life represented publicly has a significant positive impact on students. This isn't indoctrination, it isn't grooming, it is simply representing the real world as it is. We are a public school district. As long as our doors are open, we will have diversity in our student body and in our teaching staff. It is our responsibility to provide a quality education to everyone who walks through our doors. If those folks don't feel safe, that won't happen. Sadly, there are plenty of students and teachers who don't feel safe, and we have heard from them many, many times over the last few years in these meetings. So on this eve of the last day of school, I ask you, what are we doing to protect our most vulnerable and marginalized community members? Every day that we fail to protect these folks sends the message that they don't matter and that we don't care, and that is simply not true. So what are we as a district going to do about it? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 12.
Hello, board. I was asked to read a letter from a former Cedar Park softball player after a tweet was sent out about concerns about the program. This is what she said. To whom it may concern, I hope this email serves you well. I'm reaching out to address some concerns about the Cedar Park High School softball program. First of all, we're asking for the bare minimum. In most cases at school, when you start a new class or a sport at the beginning of the year, you're introduced to mechanics and skills needed to be successful. Now, as a 3-year high school softball player and 15-year experienced softball player, the preseason introduction to softball isn't necessarily needed for me, myself, but a lot of girls are eager to learn. With that being said, I've noticed throughout the years intro to softball has slowly dwindled until we reach 2020-2021 season with no teaching of softball taking place during the preseason into the season. This is very disappointing as you have had girls who are inexperienced and are just thrown into a position and expected to know what to do. This is not how a program works. Whether the inexperienced girls are going to be on junior varsity or varsity, there's no reason that the girls in the Cedar Park High School softball program don't know how to throw and catch a ball deep into the season, the simplest part of softball and skills, and have to be executed in order to be in the sport. Furthermore, in my experience, there have been numerous times when I, as well as other players, have been running from first base to second base after hitting and looking up to the coach halfway to second base for further instruction and advancing to third or holding in second. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, speaker number 12. Speaker number 13.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent. I'd like to say a few words tonight about a 4th grade teacher at Reagan Elementary. I just recently saw a video of her bragging about how she grooms little children into sexual activity, into homosexual activity. She brags about how she puts badges on to incite conversations about sexual activity. She brags about how she puts words on her lanyard to incite children to ask questions about sexual things of a sexual nature. She brags about having books in her classroom regarding sex. This is a 4th grade teacher trying to sexualize little children in Reagan Elementary School. This is intolerable. And if you folks won't do something about it, parents need to do something about it and pull their children out of that classroom. Because if you don't want your children indoctrinated into homosexuality, there is a teacher, a 4th grade teacher at Reagan Elementary School that brags about doing this to little children. This should not be allowed. No adult should be talking to other people's children about anything of a sexual nature. It is completely inappropriate and should not be tolerated.
Thank you, speaker number 13. Speaker number 14.
Some really horrible behavior in the back of the room. I think you should know about that as the board chair. I come before you today as a devout Christian from a Christian family, and it really bothers me to know that people who call themselves Christians are deciding to attack teachers and over a period of years engaging in horrible lie after horrible lie after horrible lie. Our family is not demonic devil worshippers. Our kids are not victims of demonic possession, nor are other kids. The lies are just amazing, how many there are. The second great commandment in the Bible for Christians is love your neighbors. And those people back there are turning on their video, telling these awful things, and then trying to create more controversy, more attacks on the schools. And the reason they're attacking the schools is because they hate their neighbors. They hate their neighbors. The second great commandment is like unto the first, to love God. It's on an equal footing. And we have a lot of people who are not doing that. Other people from other religions also have that same principle of loving your neighbors. If a teacher is expressing respect for a kid who is different, that's just saying that kids needs to be respected. It's not grooming. It's not anything like it. And we should be able to be truthful and discuss things and ensure we teach kids well and not do this type of thing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, speaker number 14. Speaker number 15. Speaker number 15. Not here. Okay. Speaker number 16.
Dr. Gearing and board members, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. I wanted to support all of our inclusive teachers in LISD. Recently, there have been social media posts, discussions on local radio stations, and videos distributed attacking one of our most amazing LISD educators. I've worked with this particular educator for the last 8 years. I am a special education teacher who provides in-class supports in all grade levels. I've worked daily with this teacher and see what happens in her classroom firsthand. Please do not believe the headlines or outlandish accusations of a small group of loud, angry, disgruntled community members. Trying to get a teacher fired for wearing inclusive pins on your lanyard is ridiculous. There is not any type of indoctrination happening in her classroom. How would these community members feel if your employer was contacted to discuss how you're indoctrinating people by wearing the cross around your neck, or maybe your Let's Go Brandon t-shirt? This is a public school. This small group of parents are attacking teachers and our public schools because they want school choice and vouchers. They're the same community members fighting for book bans and to hang up the 10 Commandments in school, false CRT accusations, and hatred for social emotional learning. This is a public school district. We have to be inclusive. We have to advocate for all races, ethnicities, genders, sexual orientations, religions, and socioeconomic status. As teachers, we have to create a safe, inclusive environment for all of our students to learn and thrive. That is what this outstanding teacher has done in the district for the last 18 years. Instead of separating our community with this hateful nonsense, let's lift.
All right. Thank you very much. Speaker number 16. Administration, I'm not able to be in the back of the room because I'm running up, I'm up here at the front of the meeting. So if there is an issue, I just need y'all to pay attention towards the back. All right. Our next speaker, speaker number 17.
Hi, I'm Celeste. As a parent and active community member, I've witnessed firsthand the outstanding commitment of LISD to providing a nurturing and inclusive learning environment for our students. Today, I want to shed light on a situation that has unfortunately attempted to tarnish the reputation of our district and cause undue stress to an amazing teacher who's been unjustly persecuted for fostering a dialogue on pronouns on our fourth grade graders. In our society, it's the responsibility of educators to equip our students with the tools they need to navigate the complex world they will inherit. By facilitating conversations around pronouns, our children are given the opportunity to develop empathy, respect, and understanding for their peers, irrespective of their gender identity. It's disheartening to witness the backlash faced by this educator who only sought to empower young minds with knowledge and compassion. Instead of celebrating her efforts to create an inclusive classroom, they've been subjected to online persecution and judgment. As we near Pride Month, I implore the school board to make a momentous stance today, a stance that reaffirms our commitment to equality and upholds the principles upon which LISD was founded. Let's embrace the opportunity to foster an environment that cherishes diversity and celebrates the uniqueness of every student. By supporting our educators and encouraging these crucial conversations, we can equip our children with the tools they need to thrive in an increasingly interconnected world. Let's remember that education is not just about imparting knowledge, it's about nurturing compassionate citizens who will lead our society forward. Thank you, happy Pride Month, and also I wore a shirt today too, trans people will always exist. Thanks.
All right, thank you, speaker number 17. Speaker number 18. Speaker number 18.
Good evening, neighbors on the board. How are you? I wanted to ask you, remember the story of Clyde Barrow? You know what Clyde Barrow said when he was famously asked, why do you rob banks? And what did he say? He said, well, that's where the money is. I think we have another Clyde Barrow in this district. I think they've already been referred to a couple times at Reagan Elementary. I don't know what to tell you other than if you ask them, why do you rob kids' innocence? And that's really what it is. What would they tell you? I'd be curious to know. Maybe it is kindness, but it's misguided kindness. I suggest that there's no place for any of these adult, sexual, political agendas in elementary school. I would go so far as to call them mental illness, fetish, whatever. But they don't belong in elementary school. If you want that kind of job, go to a university, become a faculty member in the gender studies group, and you can do it there. That's fine. I have no problem with that. Fight your fight there, not in elementary school. So I respectfully have to ask for the resignation of that person at Reagan Elementary. And you know, personnel is policy, as Bruce knows well. So if it isn't your policy, LISD, you need to fix this. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, speaker number 18. Speaker number 19. Speaker number 19.
I don't hide the fact that, like, I'm a safe space for people. I have my lanyard with my pronouns on it because even though you think elementary school, there are some kids that just, they know they're not everyone like everyone else, right? Something's different. I don't feel like I'm a girl or I don't identify as a girl, so I want to be their safe space. And then when the students had questions, she answered yes. What I said, because they were like, why do you have that on your lanyard? And I said, well, that's because I identify as a she, her. And they're like, oh. And I said, and she continues, because some people identify as they, them, and some identify as he, him. And so when I said I identify as she, her, they're like, oh, I'm a she, her. And she's like, okay. If what I just read disturbs you and you have a student at Reagan Elementary, you may want to speak to your student. Who knows how many children this teacher's been exposed to? From the sounds of it, this teacher broke numerous Texas education codes. I also would like to mention that all trustees, except Trustee Gautier, are friends with this teacher. Can any of you actually be an impartial while investigating her? For years, us parents and community members have come begging you to protect our kids from these sexually explicit books that were snuck in during COVID with a zero vetting process. We were called book burners and book banners. You mocked us and said we were ridiculous to think that a teacher would actually cross the line and speak to students about their own personal values. But here we are. She needs to be fired, and so do all the other ones that think this is okay.
All right. Thank you, speaker. All right. Thank you, speaker number 19. Speaker number 20.
Happy end of the school year. You've done a great job. The teacher that keeps getting attacked is a wonderful person, a wonderful mother, and an incredible teacher. And when you talk to the people that have the students that have actually been through her classrooms, they love her. They can't say enough good things about her. This video that people keep talking about is totally taken out of context. She hasn't tried to sexualize anyone. She isn't trying to groom anyone. That's not what's going on. And whatever Texas or Leander does about books, everyone, you can get free access through the Brooklyn Library system. You can get a free library card. Even if something's banned, you can access it. Little story, I'm gay, believe it or not. I have a partner. We've been together for 14 years. Fred has stage 4 cancer. This week, his mother, who's 94, and has breathing difficulties, is staying with us. Gay people are just like everybody else. I help with Fred's mom, and then I help him get his treatments as well. We're a loving family, and people, we can all grow up and it gets better. Thank you, and happy end of the school year.
All right. Thank you, speaker number 20. And for our speakers who are here this evening, if you didn't finish your remarks and want to send them to the board, you can, of course, email us your comments. All right, that concludes this agenda item. We will be moving in to our next agenda item, our consent and superintendent's report. We'll start with our consent agenda. Board members, if nobody wants to move an item, we need a motion to approve.
I move the board approve.
I'm going to remove an item.
Paul, which item? Which part?
Sorry, hold on just a second.
We have
Sorry about
agenda
that.
items.
Computer took a minute to pop back up after the speakers. I'd like to remove consider adoption of TASB Comprehensive Policy Review CCA, CDA, CC, I'm sorry, CE, CFG.
Item C.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then we'll need a motion to approve item A, B, or you can just say the entire consent agenda is the motion with the, not C though.
I move that the board approve the consent agenda for 6A, 6B, and 6D.
I second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Paul, is there anything you want to say about item C?
Well, something I was talking about earlier about moving away from some of TASB's recommendations. As I was reading through the 63 pages that we're talking about, there's a lot of things in there. I'm just kind of wondering why we're even removing them in general. Talking with some legislators who want us to remove from TASB, and as I said last time, there was actually a district that did. I'm not sure if we're moving in the right direction if we're taking TASB's recommendations. And so I just don't think this is the one. I just don't want to be using their recommendations. That's all.
Okay. Gloria, do you want to clarify, because the way I understood it is TASB is a tool, but these recommendations are after they've been vetted by the committee. Can you help?
Correct. Yes, TASB's recommendations are a tool. There's a committee that meets, 3 board members, myself, Francesca, and Sade, and we go through each one. We go through that with our board council, we go through that with LISD council, and we often bring in content experts if it has something to do with building, if it has something to do nursing, health. We bring in the expert in our district that is most knowledgeable with that area to get more context when it's applicable. There's some of these items that are just really repetitive, that we have that information someplace else. There's some items on here where it's literally one word that we're removing from that area. It would be helpful if, I'm happy to have a conversation about any one of these policy items. If you could give us an example, or I guess if the discussion has to do with a policy, then, as the policy committee and council, we can talk through that policy. If the point is simply, I don't want to do anything that is TASB policy review, I don't know how to respond to that.
I surely understand that. And just a little clarify, because I did see some of those as well. There was a simple word in some of these where it was changed, and it seemed very like we're getting into semantics and descriptive in some of the words. Like, why change the one word to another? And they mean the same meaning.
Actually, they don't, because there's legal counsel that looks over that. And after every legislative session, those legislators that you just referenced, they're passing a lot of laws right now. We will be meeting again because we will have to review a lot of our board policy, a lot of this policy once again in the upcoming months to reflect those changes. And so a lot of these one words, we have to change them to make sure that that we're following the law.
I understand that. Just some of these one words, though, are actually the same meaning. They really are.
Is there an example for one that you
Yeah.
have a question on? That might help?
Yes. On page 11, procedure versus rules. Procedure's being crossed out. We're putting in rules. Is there a difference there?
Yes. Sean, do you want to talk to some of those?
Bear with me, I gotta wake my computer up too.
Sure.
And Paul, what letter policy? Was it CE or what?
For that one word, it was CH local,
Okay.
page 11. Electronic bid, and underneath it, it was procedures crossed out, and then rules was written in.
So that particular change is to ensure that that aligns with both the statutory requirements and so that it also is internally consistent in the policy.
So this, correct me if I'm wrong, this follows legal policy too. So we have a legal that's already required, that if board members looked ahead of time, you would have seen there's a legal, and we're working with our local part. Because
Yes, ma'am.
we can't change legal, we can only address local.
Sure. And when I tried to click on where it said the law, there was no link to that law. It mentioned the law itself, but it wouldn't.
Those are not intended to be live links in there.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Thank you. Only this past week have I been able to go into the district office to check some emails. You know, before I was told I couldn't, and I had to talk to Sheriff Gleason about that.
Let's stay on our, wait a second, y'all. Let's stay
Well,
on
you're talking
agenda.
about me being prepared. You're talking about me being prepared.
Yep, but
It's
that's not an
interesting.
agenda topic right now. The agenda topic, we can keep working. We're
Okay.
going to have discussion tonight on being prepared as well. But this agenda topic is policy. You asked about the word change. We've said it aligns to statute, which is why the change is there. If there are no other questions, then we need a motion.
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion. I would move that the board consider adoption of TASB Comprehensive Policy Review, CCA, CDA, CE, CFG, CH, CHB, CHE, CI, CLC, COA, DBB, DBD, DBE, DCB, DEA, DEAA, DEAB, DEC, DED, DE, DFBB, DGA, DGBA, DH, DK, DLA, DME, DNA, and DMB.
I second.
I have a motion from Gloria, second by Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. All those opposed? 1 nay. Motion carries.
Just want to know, anyone that wants to go and review any of those, all of these are online through the internet with the World Wide Web. So if you have access to the internet in any place, you should be able to look at that on our board agenda.
And to go back to a question of why we want to stay on agenda is because I get we have some discussions we want to have, but we have to have them in the right place in the agenda. Because if one person makes a comment, then another one goes, "Ooh, I need to answer that, and let me go explain something." And somebody else goes, "Oh, well, I want to explain it." And before long, we're all talking about another issue that's not on the agenda, and that can get unwieldy. So we do need to stay on our topics and go to our next agenda item, which is the superintendent's report, Safe and Innovative Learning Environments and Empowered Student Learning. Board members, though, will have your other topics later as we go throughout the evening.
Thank you, Madam President. This is graduation season for us, and so this was a picture taken at the 18+ self-graduation last Friday night, and it was really, it's an incredible experience. If you've never been to an 18+ self-graduation, I strongly encourage you to attend just so that you can see how and what each and every really means to the district. And so it was fun to see this young man also then request to have his photograph made with Michaela, our photographer, because he was just fascinated with the cameras and everything. So it was really fun. It was a great experience for us. We did have 57 18+ students graduate this year, which is, of course, an incredible testament to the work that's happening throughout the district, again, on each and every. We also had New Hope High School graduation last week. We graduated 117 graduates from our 7th high school. These students, you can see different gowns. Some of them are from different comprehensive high schools across the district, and they've come together. And Dr. Curry and his staff do an incredible job of making sure that they're meeting the needs of every one of our kids and helping them to graduate out of the system. And of course, over the next 2 days, we'll be graduating over 3,000 other students, getting ready to step into their next step in life. And I'm going to quit with graduation now because I sense trouble here. All right. I'd love to talk a little bit about Early College High School and the incredible work that they had in partnership with ACC on their first annual Griffin Day of Service. And so, as you know, our Early College High School students are resident on the ACC campus. And so this is really compassionate community contributors in real life, as they contributed back over 200 man-hours on projects from pollinating gardens, pulling milkweeds to get ready for monarch season, and then also all kinds of cleaning that happened throughout the ACC campus, as well as sorting the food pantry. They began art projects that will be used for themed ACC events over the summer. And they also made an inventory that's going to help the ACC summer maintenance crews with their plan and what they're doing. And so just giving back to the space that they're occupying over there, and just really incredibly proud of these students and the work that they're doing to give back to the community that they're in. We want to talk a little bit about our safe and innovative learning environments. We are, of course, already starting bond projects this summer. So we want to just give you a little insight as to which projects are going to be kicking off first. We will have shade structure work starting to happen at some of our elementary schools that don't have those. And so you can see the order that those are going to start to happen. A lot of planning has to go into many of these projects, and so there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes right now. But we want you to know that a lot of these projects are starting now, and you'll start to see them coming on as we go through the summer. We also have design and planning for baseball and softball for the turf fields that are going in across the district. So that work is starting, and we should see hopefully those bond projects getting in place by the season start for this coming school year. So that will be happening all through the fall. Music instrument replacement is also going to start. Those first 2 phases to be ordered in August, and you can see a little bit of the projects that will be happening and how that will roll out over time. And then this is a big deal. So it seems like a little thing, but it really is a big deal. So the replacement of the sinks at several of our elementary schools. These hand washing stations are important for a number of reasons, especially the health and safety of our students and our staff. And so these new sinks going in at several of our elementary schools, we should see that work starting to progress. And then this is a little known one, but again, we have 7 graduates from our Project Search program. This is a great partnership that we have with Ascension Seton Northwest, and so we just want to thank our community for their partnership with us as we really reach to each and every student to make sure that they're acknowledged and accepted in our community and doing the work that they can do. So thank you, Madam President.
Board members, any questions? I'm curious about the bond projects. Will we continue to let our community, like, is there going to be a place on the web page? Are we, some places do, like, when their buildings are going up, they'll put a sign that says this was purchased with your bond vote, your bond dollars. Will we continue to let the community know and so they can see the project and what's
we have had conversations already with the communications team about multiple different ways that that's going to happen, including physical signs on the sites as they start to happen. So we wanted to already start telling you some of that story because a lot of behind the scenes work won't be visible yet, but we want to just remind the community that work has started already. And we wanted to thank the community for supporting the school district.
Absolutely. All right. All right, we'll go ahead then and close that agenda item. We'll move into our discussion action items. We'll start with our student experience, the Superintendent's Student Advisory Council, SISAC Student Empowerment Report. All right, thank y'all for being here. Who's gonna start off our presentation?
I'm ready. Is this microphone working well? All right. Here we go. So hi, everybody. My name is Will Schmidt. I'm a senior from Cedar Park High School, and I'm also a member of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, which we call SSAC because the name is pretty long and hard to say. So the purpose of SSAC is to empower the voice of students in order to drive positive changes in the student experience. And we do that by having monthly meetings with students from all across the district, and we talk about what we see in schools and how we can make it better. And next slide, please. So our core beliefs are diversity, inclusivity, accountability, empowerment, leadership, and continuous improvement. In our first meeting this year, we made our goals for this school year, and the first one is to create a sustainable group of student leaders that directly influence district decision-making. We also want to effect tangible change to improve the student experience in Leander ISD. We want to raise awareness of the power, value, and importance of student voice, and we hope to expand SSAC locally by forming campus-level principals advisory councils at each high school. So, for example, at Cedar Park, we also have a group of students from each grade level that meet with our principal, and we talk about what we do at Cedar Park, and so we can get more targeted feedback and really have a more specific impact on our community. A brief history of SSAC. We began in 2021. It was pretty much entirely adult-led, and we had monthly meetings with all the students from the district across Zoom, just trying to get as much student input as possible. Last year, we began to have a student leadership team who started to take control a little bit. We also started to spread in some in-person meetings, and we added New Hope High School as we continue to expand our members across the district. This year, we're led mostly by the leadership team. Thank you, Sarah, for helping us out. We alternate between Zoom and in-person meetings each month, and we continue to expand our membership. We added early college high school as well. So we're really just trying to get feedback from as many people as possible so that we can elevate all student voices. So the first area we wanted to look at this year was flex time, which in some schools is a structured part of your day. It's after first period for me at Cedar Park, and that's really just a time where I don't have direct instruction. You can do whatever homework you need to do. You can get help from teachers. You can make up quizzes. Group work, clubs. There are so many different things you can do in flex time, so it's really important. But there are some things we thought we could improve. And so we called flex time a probability because it's not really a problem, it's a good thing, but there are opportunities for improvement. Our purpose while looking at flex time was to create a consistent flex time system that addresses diverse student interests by providing opportunities for participation in clubs, academic improvement, collaboration, socialization, and fulfillment of other student needs while maintaining a safe environment conducive to teachers' needs and administrators' concerns. So right now, flex time at LSD is valuable to students, but there are some things that we would like to improve. The first one of these is that it's inconsistently implemented across the district. Each school has its own flex time system that's a little bit different. So at Cedar Park, I have flex time every day of the week, and it's pretty flexible. At other schools, they might only have days where they can move a couple times in the week, and some schools don't have structured flex time at all. Having the consistency is valuable because it's something students can rely on every day to get my homework done, for example. And we think having a consistent flex time would improve it for everybody. Furthermore, the regulation of flex time can limit its potential. Flex time is great, but if you're not allowed to leave your classroom, then maybe you can't make up the test you needed to do in math. So having a more flexible flex time is very beneficial for students. This is exacerbated by a sometimes problematic portaling system where you sign up to move from one classroom to another. And issues with the portal system, even if they're not always there, they make students want to avoid using the portal in the first place because they can't rely on it. And that, again, starts to get students stuck in rooms, and then they don't see the full potential of flex time. So that limits what all we can do. Furthermore, flex time is vulnerable to skipping because of issues with the attendance system. It's not well integrated with existing attendance, and students know this. They know that they can get away with skipping flex time, and usually they won't get caught. And that causes problems when you don't know where students are. It's an issue for safety, and it's difficult to manage.
One thing that we did in order to get feedback from a broad selection of students was to send out a survey to all high schoolers in the district, asking them various questions about flex time. And one surprising result was that 96% of all students said that they would support either continuing to have or bringing back flex time. Additionally, we asked if there was a need to reallocate how time is used, which of 3 different uses they would prefer the time to go to, between additional time for classes, additional time for lunch, and additional time for flex time. And by far the largest, most common response was flex time, which is pretty shocking when you consider there were high school students that were putting that above lunch.
Which brings us to our recommendations for ideal flex time in Leander ISD. Hello, I'm Faith Lee, a junior at Vista Ridge, and based on our student survey data collected across all Leander ISD high schools, we found the overwhelming majority of students support daily flex time for 30 to 45 minutes each day. This emphasizes the critical component of consistency for flex time success, allowing valuable and reliable time each day for students to choose what they need/want to do, which feeds directly into the related question, how do students want to use flex time? As of now, flex time has not been meeting its full potential and meeting the diverse set of student wants and needs, particularly the extremely widely supported homework, individual study time, and rest/relaxation time, as well as collaborative activities that flex time provides the unique opportunity for, such as clubs and study groups. As you can see, there's many, many more that I did not list, potential uses for flex time that are widely supported by the student populace. The full potential of flex time can be attained and improved with increased flexibility, which would maximize the realization of these options that students clearly want to see. Further, flex time provides an opportunity for students who lack the same access to opportunities like clubs, extracurriculars, tutorials before and after school because maybe they're involved in something else, or particularly as it pertains to equity, they're bus riders. Flex time provides an excellent opportunity to increase participation for these students and increase accessibility and equity all around. Sorry.
There you go. And I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I'm Ryan Tosh, a junior at Glenn High School. So one of the biggest problems with implementing flex time is the misuse of flex time. Our approach in handling this was to look not at directly at ways to address flex time misuse, but the cause. And we determined that the reason students misuse flex time is that it doesn't suit their needs. For example, if they're wandering the hallways, then they aren't getting anything out of the options that are available to them. So our solution to that is to give them opportunities to do things that they would be doing anyway, but in an environment that's safe, where they can be monitored and kept track of, and where they're still aware of other opportunities to use their time. For example, opening up gyms and courtyards, flex spaces for campuses that have those, so that people can socialize and get some physical activity without necessarily breaking the rules of flex time. And this would come along with a large range of locations rather than just classrooms, such as libraries, gyms, courtyards, flex spaces, which would give students many different selections for what they can do rather than being constrained to purely academic activities when that's what they've been doing all day and what they'll do for the rest of the day as well. And that's one of the most important things that flex time allows for is non-academic activities, which still help with academic success. Spending 7 hours a day doing nothing but academics can be pretty tiring, and if students have an opportunity to take a break, to relax, to socialize, they'll be able to more effectively use their time when they are doing academic things. For example, we have this quote from a student. I'm not going to read it, it's pretty long, but it was a widely held sentiment. Next slide. And when we asked about what benefits students saw from flex time, below academic success, which was by far the most common response, the top two were about needing a break and the mental health and productivity aspects that come along with that.
Hello, I'm Adityan Raya, a junior at Vista Ridge High School.
Hi, I'm Jay Desari, a junior at Vista Ridge High School.
And hi, I'm Sujith, a junior at Vista Ridge High School. So we three are the developers behind the LISD student app. And so this all started at Vista Ridge when we were having difficulty portaling into one of our classes. And so we decided to pursue a solution. And we talked to members at Vista Ridge, the administration there. Then we eventually got connected with SASAC. And now we've come to now where we're getting really close to launching our app.
So the main purpose of the LISD app is to provide various features that we believe are useful for students. Through a variety of student surveys, we found that the main features we should include on the app are bus tracking, student ID displays with student IDs and bus IDs, an improved flex time portal, and finally, a community opportunities page that will provide students with opportunities such as internships and jobs in their community. A secondary benefit of this app is that the user interface for the majority of the websites will be updated, which will help students navigate for information faster and provide more incentive to do so.
Now we're going to show a live demonstration of the app. Here we can see the login page where students use their existing login to log into the app. These logins have already been set up for their computers, so they do not need to do anything new. After we log in, we're greeted by the home page, which shows A day or B day, date, when the current period ends, and Google Classroom when linked. Here we can see the flex time portal, where you can select the date. It shows the current Ranger time that the flex time that you're scheduled to, and all the clubs available at that school during that day. We can scroll through this list, search. We can portal, which we see updates the current schedule at the top. Here we can see the searching, home, astronomy club, many options that you can look through instead of scrolling. We also see the favorites option with the star at the right. Here's the ID, which imitates the physical ID of the student, and the smart tag, which helps students get to and from school with the bus. Here's the feedback screen where existing users can type feedback, which goes to a spreadsheet, which we developers have access to, and we can use to improve the app. And finally, a logout button on the settings page. We're still improving the app, and Suji's going to talk about next steps.
Yeah, so some things we're looking at is adding a few more features to the app, which we've decided based on some student feedback that we've already received. So we're looking at adding grades and GPA calculation in a really user-friendly way, as well as viewing attendance. And we're also looking at adding a quick links page where students can easily access their counselors, mental health links, and all other things that students really need. And another thing we're also looking at, possibly over this summer, is building an LISD app for parents, because we know it's really important for parents to be engaged in and involved in their students' education. So we're trying to make a one-stop shop for all info relevant to the parents. And so that's something we're going to look at over the summer, and we hope it brings more engagement from parents and helps them stay more aware with all the information centralized in one place. And lastly, we're just going to continue improving the app based on the extra feedback we receive. And so something else we're looking at on the back end is also the eSchool integration, and so adding attendance for flex time onto eSchool as well.
Yeah, so we spoke about attendance being difficult, and I know these guys are working really hard on making that happen. Flex time works as it is without the attendance system, but having it functional would really just pull the whole thing together, and so we're really excited to see what they can do there. Because again, that helps to hold students accountable for going to the location they signed up to be in. And it helps to limit actual flex time misuse, which can be a problem. It also is really important for student safety because you know where they are, which is necessary for things like fire drills.
One thing we're planning on going forward is the creation of an implementation guide, which should be finished sometime during the summer, which will go into detail on how the data from our study and the things that we've considered in this presentation can be practically applied in order to create a flex time system that would be consistent across the district and helpful to students.
All right, this is a long section of the presentation, so before we move on, are there any questions on flex time in particular, or the app?
Can you just briefly speak to your real-world experience, who you're working with in the district for development and implementation? What are some of the things that you've learned through this process, and what your plans are for the summer? specifically in terms of your relationship to the district?
Yeah, so we started off, I think the idea originated back in almost October of last year, and we've kind of worked our way up through the chain of command, I guess. Started off really low, but we've reached up here now. We've had a lot of trouble with security. Obviously, we value student security the most, so although we finished development of most of the app back in April, we're working through security changes, and we have been for the past almost 2 months. And we're nearing the finish line now. We've been working with the district's tech team for 3 to 4 months. The Superintendent Security Council, Sarah, Bruce.
Yeah, and just to give out some shout outs to the people who helped us, Kevin Cunningham on the development team helped us a lot, got us the APIs and worked with us through the whole process. He meets with us every single Monday. And then Sarah, she helped organize that as well, brought us to Kevin, and then Bruce as well. He's been with us through the whole process. And Jason as well, we met with him. And so it's been really helpful with LISD, and it's been a great process working with you guys.
Oh, and Bruce, thank you for connecting us with Kevin Hodges at Google. He's given us great advice.
And then just to add on to all that, things we've really learned here is, I guess, how the real world works. We were really optimistic about getting this out in April when we finished development, but that's clearly not the case. So we've kind of learned that things move slower than we expect, but to be able to overcome anything that comes.
Oh yeah, and then lastly, for this summer, we're going to be interning at Leander ISD, the Information Technology Department, and we'll be working with Kevin, Jason, and learning about how all the stuff works and working on some projects as well. And we're excited for that.
So one more thing, one of you, how did you guys get connected to SASAC? Because you were not originally in SASAC, right? How did tell us that little story before you go on?
So, like I said, we presented to the Vista Ridge Tech team, and Fate is in my English class, and my English teacher is in the Vista Ridge Tech team. So she was announcing that as good news when Fate saw the connection between SASAC and that with the flex time. So that's where that connection kind of happened. It was a great thing.
Okay, if we're ready to move on, I just want to make it clear that there's one more questions section at the very end, but wait until then, please.
Hello, my name is Sophie Harper, and our next opportunity is mental health. So our process was, we started with reviewing the work that last year's SASAC team worked on in one of their subcommittees on mental health, and we further explored the current reality on what the mental health is in schools. Then we redefined our problem statement, conducted a root analysis, and we brainstormed new recommendations. So when we defined the problem as improving the quality, accessibility, and awareness of support methods for mental health provided by schools and the overall sense of emotional well-being for the students in Leander ISD. So last year, SASAC members created their root cause analysis, saying that there's a system pressure for excellence that leads to students overscheduling themselves with an unrealistic workload, which will cause them to overwork and burn out, and it deteriorates their physical and mental health. From there, we brought in some more diverse voices, and we came up with our new root cause analysis, saying that the uncertainty about the future and expectations that students know they want to do after graduation, along with the over-reliance on college. There's a prep culture in ISD that's leading to the increase in anxiety. So from there, we had to come up with some new recommendations on what we could do to help out with the mental health. First, we were saying how we can integrate things into our Flex Time and our Flex Time app, things like adding in different resources and methods to deal with mental health into our app, and maybe something like a yoga class or something fun to do during your Flex Time that can help to cope with some mental problems, and as well as some college exploration and application support, and even career exploration, getting ourselves ready to figure out what we want to do after high school.
Okay, last one. I'm Callie Luong. I'm a senior at Vandegrift High School. And when we were kind of discussing our different prob opportunities, one big thing that came up was that students really didn't feel like they were prepared for the practical life skills that they would need after high school. So our third prob opportunity is on adulting and soft skills. So we were kind of talking about how the development in soft skills does exist in the classroom, but we didn't feel like it was continuous and impactful for all students. A lot of us were talking about we don't know how to change a tire, we don't know anything about how taxes work, things like that. And so what we kind of wanted was more opportunities to get exposure to that and learn about it and kind of become self-sufficient young adults after we go off to the real world after high school.
At the beginning of the year, we saw a need to have some operational definitions, and we defined soft skills as essential, intangible, and non-academic skills needed for success in everyday life after high school, from home maintenance to collaboration. Because of this variety, we divided them into active and passive soft skills. Active soft skills are taught explicitly, like budgeting or writing emails, and passive skills aren't explicitly taught, but can be taught through teaching style or material, and are found on the LISD graduate profile, like critical thinking and communication skills. Next slide, please. Last year, this committee focused on classroom integration, where we attached soft skills to each class, like presentation skills in English, or collaboration skills taught through projects. And we explored avenues for independent opportunities of learning of soft skills through part-time jobs, internships, and extracurriculars. This year, we focused more on active soft skills and how we could increase learning opportunities for those active skills, including an adulting resources website and navigating adulthood workshops.
So more about the website that we're going to end up creating probably during the summer or slightly a month into next year, hopefully. So the point of this website is to collect all the wonderful resources of the internet that already has all these skills that you can learn and all that other stuff that's really good. I know there's tons of free stuff online, but we're going to make it really easy to access. It has all the skills you could ever want to know about being an adult, and it's going to be with helpful guides, videos, just really user-friendly, and it's easy to find on the school website or even hopefully the Flex Development app. And it should boost awareness of how to become adult in real life is our hope.
Yeah, and then another solution that we brainstormed, besides kind of letting students learn independently, was also providing what we call navigating adulthood workshops. And basically that was to provide opportunities to learn essential adulting skills outside of the classroom. So some of our ideas was having monthly workshops that are available for any student to attend. You can invite professionals from the community, such as medical professionals and accountants, to teach about things like taxes or emergency medical situations. And so some of our recommendations for it was we wanted it to be more student-led because students know what's best for students and they can help get everyone more involved, but we also needed that level of administrative investment that could make it more organized and permanent than something like a student-led club. So an idea we had was making it similar to PALS, where it's part of the school, but it's still led by students. And so, yeah.
Oh, yes. My name is David. I'm a senior at Vista Ridge High School. And then we're going to utilize this into the FlexTime app, hopefully both of them. We're also, the other idea we had to utilize the development app was we're going to include a tip of the day into the development app that everyone can see and learn something new each day when you log into your FlexTime and our portaling. And we're really hoping that we can integrate both the workshops and the websites into the app so it's really easy to find because hopefully everyone's using the app.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Amy. I'm a junior from Vista Ridge High School.
So moving forward, we've got a few plans for next year. First, most importantly, is going to be implementing the things that we've discussed here. One thing that was really interesting was that all of our opportunities happens to link together really well with FlexTime, especially being a way that they can be implemented. And so the implementation of FlexTime district-wide is going to be a major next step for us. through the implementation of the flex time portaling through the app, fixing the attendance and accountability issues, and using the principal student advisory committees at individual campuses to develop the best flex time structure for each school and really getting it implemented in practice. Additionally, we're going to be working with these principal student advisory committees to develop adulting workshops and guides, and we're going to try to continue to empower the students in Leander ISD, such as through expanding SASAC to include sophomores. Finally, here's a quote. We must remember that students are innately creative, innovative, and collaborative, and that they unknowingly express these things with our or y'all's control. And that empowerment is the key that will unlock us.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Thank you to Sarah for helping make this happen. Now we can go to questions.
All right, board members, any questions from this amazing, amazing panel? Thank y'all. Can I first say thank you so much? I don't know if y'all were able to witness it, if y'all were too nervous speaking or not, but let me just tell you, I can see head nodding over here, people going, wow. I mean, just our nonverbals, in case y'all missed it, we are so excited. So thank y'all for presenting. Board members, any questions?
One of the toughest groups that we have in the district is high school principals, especially when they're all together. And I say that with the greatest amount of love and respect. But can you guys speak to how you interacted with high school principals in this process of flex time development?
We had a meeting with the high school principals a couple weeks ago. We shared this presentation with them and we asked for their feedback. And we were surprised by the amount of support we received. Like you said, they're kind of a notorious bunch, but they all see the potential in flex time and they're really in favor of making it happen, especially if we get the attendance system integrated. That was a big deal for them. So if that can happen, I think it's really going to be a special thing.
Another thing about the principals is they weren't afraid to point out the little details that could make this fall apart. And we were able to address those and figure out ways that we might be able to work around them. And that at least gives me confidence that we'll be able to turn this into a real thing next school year.
Additionally, not just like presenting at the end of the process, but we worked really heavily, especially at Vista, with our principal to get feedback to really guide the development of, well, what exactly are the administrative concerns with flex time? What exactly should we be addressing? And really gain that perspective just through conversations. And we were really fortunate to have a principal willing to listen and willing to have those conversations to help help guide the perspectives and help guide the process of developing our opportunity solutions.
Yeah, adding on to that, shout out Mr. Johnson. The entire app thing started with us just walking into his office being like, Mr. Johnson, we have an idea. So he helped heavily with our process.
Well, I just want to say thank you so much. I know that one thing my student has talked about is the portaling difficulties, like at Vista. So thank you for taking that into consideration. I think that that's the hardest part is, right, I want to go to my engineering class to make up a quiz, and I can't because I'm stuck because I can't move on A days or B days or whatever it was. I mean, it's really confusing. And so great job. And when you guys talk about that adulting piece, you're doing it. You're doing a great job. So congratulations, and thank you so much for all your hard work.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say first, I am absolutely blown away by you guys. This was amazing. I loved the SASAC presentation last year, and the way that you all have built up on the work from last year's committee is just incredible. And I like that you're integrating everything into the app that y'all are building, so that way that our students can access everything all in one place. You have the mental health resources, which is such a big topic right now, and I've been in a number of groups. I went to one at Vandergrift, and students want that. They want access to those resources, and it's incredible that you're building that so that everybody can get what they need from one place. And I also just want to shout out our admin really quickly, because I think the work that y'all do here is so cool. We only saw our admin when I was in school if we were in a whole lot of trouble. So I think it's great that y'all are so involved and empowering these kids to do all of this work. So thank you so much.
I just wanted to say that I enjoyed the presentation and all the work that you've done. And really, there are components of adulting that you have discussed tonight where you see a problem and you start working on the solution and you engage stakeholders and that solution is being worked on in an environment that can be implemented. It's not like you just come up with problems and talk about problems all day long. They're actually solutions that are implementable. And really that's what we do as adults too. I mean, we do those soft skills too, but this is really a very good path and track that you're taking. So thank you so much for your hard work.
I really echo everything everyone said. I'm really impressed with how you took these concepts from last year and really focused on what can we do and what improvements can we make. And so much of everything everyone's already said, but I keep thinking, there's some folks that think, oh, well, this is K through 12 and it should be adults only making these decisions, and students don't have the capacity to be involved in these discussions. And I think, watch a school board. Watch, because these are real issues and y'all are thinking them. How can we engage students? How can we provide a portal for them? What are the concerns of our administrators? How can we really make impactful change so that we're addressing those concerns? That's real. And so thank you so much for doing that and showing everyone student voice is critical to what we do, and this is what it can look like. So thank you so much.
Really, I loved hearing about all your 3 different areas, flex time and adulting and mental health, and then how there was overlap and y'all kind of built off of that. I thought it was great. The implementation part is going to be something the board is going to be eager to watch. And I know that y'all were talking about that as well, as y'all are curious, like, where do these deliverables go? We hear that in committees as well, believe it or not, as we get all these people, we have great discussions, and then like, okay, so now where do you go? We actually heard this from Shaq a few weeks ago, where they said we have these recommendations, and so the board's going to see a dashboard where we can follow those recommendations. What I'd like to do is ask administration to think about how we can follow along for the recommendations here from this group. And whether is that a quarterly update in our memo, is that a dashboard, where is that? But I'd like to get administration or challenge y'all to think about how trustees can follow along, because we're going to be eager to follow along on how things are progressing and to see if there's any place where we need to step in and where we can help if we need it. Although to Gloria's point, y'all got it. So good job. Also, it looks like this is your main report, right? Am I correct? So this is kind of like the report of your recommendations. Can we ask administration to put this report actually on our Board of Trustee, the page that we have where we put some of our documents, so that later we can go back and go look at the recommendations and remind ourselves? It just has a good house for that.
Yes, ma'am.
We are also planning on sometime soon finishing up a large document, an implementation guide that'll put this into like more detail, go over all the details of the study, and that'll also be able to provide more concrete suggestions for what to do going forward.
We'll be looking forward to that. Absolutely. Anything else, board members? Dr. Gehring.
So just as go ahead. I'm going to wrap up at the end.
I just want to say great job, guys. That was a sensational presentation. You were really well thought out. You all took your time. You spoke eloquently. You're doing great. Thank you.
Great job. Also, when you have your adulting workshops, will you invite me? Especially for sewing, maybe?
So I just want to say that Sarah and I speak for Sarah here too, if you don't mind, we learned some incredible lessons, but the biggest lesson that I think we learned together is trusting in student empowerment. And so this was not an entirely smooth process. You've made it sound wonderful and perfect, but I think you'll agree that it hasn't been perfect along the way. And we had to discipline ourselves as adults to not step in too soon. And we were tempted a couple of times, I think Sarah will agree, to step in and make some adjustments. And we chose every time to say, no, hold on a second, let's just wait and see what happens. And then suddenly it flipped on its head, and then all of this happened. And we could never have predicted that this was going to happen. And so it's a huge lesson for us as adults in this process of student empowerment to know that you have to be patient, that you have to be disciplined, and you have to wait. And so thank you to each one of you for stepping up, for being brave, for being courageous, for taking risks and doing things that are uncomfortable for you, and following through. Some of you didn't let us rest until it was done. So thank you for being an incredible leadership group for this district, and for standing up for what we initially said this group was for, which is to make impactful and lasting change in the district. So thank you.
Board members, I know would love to have a picture with our leaders here, our student leaders. So can we get a picture, and we'll just have you, if y'all just want to turn around and we'll stand behind y'all. All right, for parents and teachers who came here to support, can y'all also stand up? Can y'all, where's your pictures? Yes, thank you. Thank y'all so much. Well, that is amazing. And you're wondering, how can we top it? Well, I don't know if we can top our students, but we do have a lot more agenda item. So let's go ahead and move into our next item, discussion of leading measures update. Item 8A2.
My partner in crime is sorry. That's okay. That's
They're amazing. Of course you want to say goodbye.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. All right. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing. We are here tonight to provide an update with the leading measures. And as I sat here listening to our incredible students, that is a testament. That is a leading measure of what we're doing in our system, and couldn't be more proud. So we are going to spend some time tonight. Again, this is just to provide an update around as we look at the measurements that you have all identified through the strategic plan as well as the superintendent evaluation. So just a reminder, we engaged in that process around developing the 5-year strategic plan. So that's 5 years of setting out what's the work ahead of us, knowing that our district improvement plan is that 1-year cycle of that. So taking what is that 1-year chunk, and our campus improvement plans are completely aligned to that. So you have that alignment from our 5-year strategic plan to the district improvement plan and campus improvement plans. And then also, we all engaged in work here where you identified what are the items from that one-year cycle, that district improvement plan, of what you want to hold the superintendent and team accountable to this year. And so we have been intentional of bringing you updates through formative reviews where we talk about the work, that system response. How are we working on all of the things that are laid out in our district improvement plan and strategic plan? And then we have quarterly leading measures updates. So that's where we're bringing you the data piece that just gives you an indication, how are we doing throughout the year? And so we are here for our third quarter. We know that all of this is grounded and built upon the vision, mission that you all developed and adopted, as well as the graduate profile, core beliefs. And I just have to point out our incredible SCR team. I'm gonna go back a little bit. They reworked these images, and aren't they amazing? So just, you're gonna see those more and more. But definitely all of this is built into all of this work. As a reminder, we have our 5 strategic focus areas and goals. And we have been intentional about aligning our arrows, again, as we're headed towards that graduate profile, which you saw exhibited here tonight with SSAC. That is all around our strategic plan, but built off of our core beliefs, vision, and mission.
So one of the things that we've been doing to be super intentional and to help support the cohesion that has been happening all year as we've been living into our strategic plan is to bring to you at these leading measures at these quarterly times the updates that our campuses do, and we call it signaling. So they look at their campus improvement plan and report out as a system where they are in the different key areas that they're working on. And so you have this in your packet. Just wanted to remind you, you also have a laminated copy of the signaling chart, the legend for colors. So the color represents what the initial state was at the beginning of the year when we developed the district improvement plan and when campus improvement plans were being developed. So was this something that was brand new? Did it represent a major change, a minor change, or is it something that maybe that we're just maintaining? And then each quarter, all of our campus leaders and district leaders go in and we monitor the progress using whether or not that strategy or those strategies are on track, if we're making adjustments, if we're needing more support, if it's in crisis, or if we've achieved it. So you have that in your packet. So we're going to get started with our first goal, which is empowered student learning. I do want to remind you that at the middle of the year, the last quarterly update we did both measures of our pulse surveys and other system measures, along with some academic measures like the MAP and the ISIP updates. And the boards had asked at that time that maybe we separate that. That felt like it was way too much. And so tonight we're going to focus on the overall strategic plan, and at the very next board meeting, we're going to be bringing to you the academic measures. So the timing worked out pretty well because we've just closed the window on all of our MAP, and that data is getting together, so you should have that in an upcoming meeting. So with empowered student learning, we have 3 key questions that we are working towards as a system. These came directly from our strategic plan, from the community, the hopes and dreams of our community. You can see that all 3 are considered to be on track right now, and then we're going to dig in a little bit into the evidence of that so that you can see why we have identified those as on track. So I need to begin, I'm going to try to do it briefly, but most of the data you're going to see today is from the parent and student climate surveys, as well as the employee engagement surveys. And so those surveys were conducted in February and in March. We did do a large push for those surveys and had very good participation this year. Our participation rate went up in all 3 groups: elementary students, secondary students, and parents, but it went up significantly with secondary students.
Last year, we didn't get our surveys done until May, and seemed like it was a really bad time to try to get secondary students to take a survey. And so our high schools particularly did much better, and so we have almost 2,000 more high school students that participated in this survey, which I say because our high school students tend to have the lowest ratings or the least favorable ratings on most of the questions. And so we really expected with that increase in participation, we were going to see some drops this year. The other piece that I just want to help give you a little bit of context around is that the surveys have been developed with the strategic plan in mind. And so there are specific dimensions that include 5 or 6 questions that help measure the things that we have decided in our strategic plan are most important. So for example, this first one is the Empowered Student Learning Survey dimension. And it includes questions like, I know what I'm expected to learn, that their classroom activities keep me engaged, I feel like I'm being well prepared for next year, my teachers encourage me to take charge of my own education. So those are the types of questions that fall under this dimension score. And as you can see, we saw significant increases in our empowered learning dimension, according to our surveys, for parents, elementary students, and secondary students. This is actually, for a system as stable as ours, I was a little shocked, and I had to go back and keep looking at these, because seeing 7, 8, 9-point jumps in these really critical things really is showing us that the focus, the cohesion, the intentionality that we have is making a difference.
As a statistician, can you speak to just exactly what that means? I mean, 7-point jumps in this kind of data collection is not normal, correct?
Yeah, we normally, and you guys have been seeing it for years, some of you get a 1 or 2%, sort of back and forth. And so when we see a jump that generally we look at 4 or 5 points as being pretty significant, plus or minus 1 to 3 points, feels like that could just be natural variation, but we can say when we look at this that there has been improvement from last year to this year on these important issues. So the other for 1.1, question 1.1 which is we are trying to understand to what degree do students have the opportunity to engage in meaningful learning experiences, to deeply explore and investigate their areas of aptitude and interest, and build real-life skills. So the second dimension is what we call the student experience dimension. And this has questions like, school helps me discover my strongest skills. I feel like I have the opportunity to set goals and track progress. I feel motivated, encouraged to do my best. And so in this, again, we are seeing 3 and 4 point jumps in all 3 populations. And then the last dimension within this Empowered Student Learning 1.1 is around meaningful learning. For meaningful learning, we ask questions like, I have the opportunity to build real life skills. I have opportunities to engage in learning that is relevant to my interests and passions and my goals. So here, again, we saw 5 and 7 point jumps. We did not ask our elementary. We do try to keep that survey manageable for our 3rd through 5th graders, and so that's the place where we decided to cut. Actually, the people from K-12 Insights, who is the partner that we use, is a little surprised that we're getting this much data, because they say historically, nationally, they see trends that very few high school students will admit that what they're learning is important to their real life. So, but we did see a 6% increase in the question, I have meaningful learning opportunities in school to build real life skills from our secondary students. So it's having an impact. Then finally, we wanted to just pull one single question out for you that really helps us focus on what's happening with student ownership of learning in Leander ISD. This is a question that we've asked for both years of the survey, and we have seen reasonably consistent increases, particularly amongst our elementary students, and they're self-reporting that they are beginning to really set goals, track their progress, report on their progress. Parents are seeing that, and our staff are feeling like they're providing more opportunities. This was one of those areas that you all as a board asked us to really pay attention to this year. Of course, the no change for secondary causes us pause and will definitely be a big part of conversations that will be happening throughout the summer, and then as we set goals for next year. It is concerning that our secondary students are doing it even less than what our elementary students are at a point in their lives where they really need to be taking on more ownership. And so lots of collaboration I am anticipating in the future for this. And then finally, for 1.3, which is our question about how are we doing with implementing the graduate profile and are our students actually exhibiting those skills? We've pulled out 2 of the key indicators, and these are the largest gains that we've seen across all the survey questions. And they really are around the awareness that the graduate profile exists and their sense of connectedness, that what they're seeing their child do for parents or what the children are seeing that they're doing in class is connected to what the graduate profile is. So if you all will recall, we rolled this graduate profile out last year, and that was the year where we got sort of waylaid by the Delta variant and then Omicron, and so we just really allowed campuses under all that stress to go at their own pace. This year we had quite a few campuses who made this a decision that they were going to focus on that, and we've clearly seen the benefits. At least people are starting to know what it is and are beginning to dig into it. So we're pretty excited about this data.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next goal area of empowered staff. And so we have 2 key questions that we are tracking this year. And you can see for this quarter, we are noting that those are on track. So let's talk a little bit about some of the data embedded in each of those. So the first one, the key question, to what degree are we attracting, growing, and retaining, really focusing on that retaining piece. And we've brought you updates throughout the year, and we continue to see that trend of overall turnover rates continues to drop, which is good. We still have work to do, but we also know there's natural life circumstances that do cause people need to step away from Leander, but this is definitely a positive trend for us. Also, as we think about some of those components in this key question about attracting, growing, and retaining, we have shared with you some of the data from the employee engagement survey, and just really want to highlight again, learning opportunities, staff development is made available to me so that I can do my job better. So again, that notion of how are we growing our employees, and you see an increase of 7%. And again, as we've been talking about, jumps like that are out of the norm. And so that is definitely a celebration. Along with, overall, as you look at each of those, we've grown in almost all of them. There's only one that is that was just a drop, but again, it's by 1%. So then also, part of that key question talks about committed to the Leander ISD values, principles, and culture. And so we actually have specific questions embedded in the employee engagement survey related to that. And again, you can see some of the gains there that we have specific to our culture and climate, the graduate profile, as well as the district vision, mission, and core values. So again, positive gains there. I think just again tells us that we are continuing to grow and retain our employees committed to the Leander way. As we look at 2.2, to what degree do LISD staff feel valued and connected to their campus, department, and the district? So our employee engagement survey, it comes back to us as reporting out over constructs. And so as we look at each of those constructs, which again, you see a positive gain in each of them this year, but just want to highlight that community piece that really digs into that notion of being connected. And so one of our key performance indicators in the superintendent evaluation was to increase or maintain the overall community construct of 400. And we are happy to report that that has been met because we had an increase of 5 points. Again, in a large system like this, to have gains of that is pretty exciting. So as you think about what are those specific questions related to that community construct, you can see those specific questions detailed there. Again, all real positive gains in each of those areas. So people are feeling valued, a sense of belonging. We definitely are always striving to get to 100%, but this is definitely a trend in the right direction. So then we move into our third goal area of impactful family engagement. Again, 2 key questions. We are noting that we see those as on track right now in our work that we're engaging. And so some data specific to these areas. So 3.1, to what degree do we foster positive relationships by demonstrating mutual respect for the diverse perspectives of all Leander ISD stakeholders? So you can see there from our student and parent climate survey, you can see relationships with teachers, the survey dimension score. And to give you just a little bit of context around some of those questions, there are adults on my campus or my child's campus who will listen to me or my child and respond to their needs. My teachers or my child's teachers help everyone feel valued by showing respect for diverse perspectives, building positive relationships, and make sure that I know that I am learning and growing. So you can see we didn't see quite the significant jumps as we saw in some of the other areas, but still a positive gain there. And so then also as you look at 3.2, to what degree do our students and families feel welcome and have a sense of belonging in our school community? Again, positive gains there. You can see the specific questions related to that, where families are feeling listened to, welcomed, and I think that definitely as we have coming out of, like Sarah said, last year of Delta and Omicron and different things that, I mean, our campuses are open and we are welcoming parents back in the buildings to be partners in our education of our students. So definitely some huge celebrations there. Again, not where we want it. Of course, we want it at 100%, but we're making progress there.
So within the equitable access goal, we have just one key question that we're really focusing on this year, and that is to what extent are we identifying, measuring, and then responding to the barriers that we're finding to equitable access. This, for this quarter, was noted as an A, which means there are some adjustments being made. Just want to make sure I get this right. So we had feeder pattern meetings, which took place in April instead of March, as expected. And then the next process, these were extremely positive meetings with the feeder pattern leadership, looking at the updated equity data, inventory data, and having amazing conversations around what they are identifying as potential barriers and some of the best practices that they're doing. At this point, they are about to engage in a best practice inventory where they're going to collectively be documenting the things that are making a difference. For example, at Reed Elementary, there are teachers who are volunteering regularly to go to the apartment complex that is nearby and provide tutoring to students. And that includes the principal, who are on a regular basis there at that apartment complex providing extra support for students who are showing the most significant needs. So that's the type of activities we're hoping to capture through that inventory. In addition, the cultural competency survey that we had anticipated doing this year, we ended up doing as a pilot at Aiken Elementary School. Our friend Dwayne Street has worked really closely with the amazing staff at Aiken this year. We piloted the survey so that we could make sure that we sort of worked out any of the potential kinks and that we got valuable data. Next year, we'll be implementing that survey as a pre-post for all staff members, and it's around cultural competency that will then help drive professional learning opportunities and personal growth opportunities for teachers. In addition, Dwayne is going to be working closely with our athletics and our fine arts department this summer to be further exploring some of the potential barriers that exist for equitable access and continuing to work with that group in cultural competencies. So we do have a little bit of data. This is one of the few that we actually asked the question as a question. So we have this as our key question, and we just asked it. And so we have seen some improvement in all areas, secondary staff and parents. If you'll go to the next slide, I just wanted to, one of the things that we have seen with the data related to the equitable access dimension on our survey is that last year when we gave the survey, this was the only indicator where parents had a more negative response than students. So students had a higher percentage of favorable responses than the parents did related to issues of equity and access. And so what we saw here was continued growth or at least staying with our secondary students, but we did see significant jumps with our parents. So we do feel like we're beginning to close that gap a little bit. Again, this has not been something that we have spent a whole lot of time pushing publicly in terms of engaging with parents, other than the work that you all have been doing as a board. And then the natural work that's happening organically on campuses, where we have campuses who are doing all kinds of inclusive activities with their families and their communities, that is just making the difference.
Okay, and finally, we are to safe and innovative learning environments. So we had two key questions for this area, both which we are noting as on track at this point in time. So let's talk a little bit about some of the data around that. Key question 5.1 talks about this notion of sense of belonging and ensuring that each learner feels included and accepted, and we actually had survey questions related to that. So you can see our acceptance and belonging for elementary students is definitely high, but did continue to increase. For parents, it was right at the same, and then we did see an increase for secondary. And questions related to this is, I feel good and positive about myself at school. I feel respected at school. My school is welcoming to students of all backgrounds. My school fosters an inclusive and respectful environment. I feel empowered to express myself and be myself at school. So you can see lots of positive trends there. And then definitely as we think about parents, that's something for us to dig into a little bit more. We also had questions related to safety and behavior, because that is also a part of this. So as you can see on here, we did see positive trends with elementary students and with parents, but did see a drop for secondary students. I do think it is important to note here, we actually revamped some of the questions for our secondary students based off of our CBAS steering committee as well as DWIC. So they evaluated all of our survey questions, these two groups, and looked at are the questions actually digging into and answering the key questions that are in our strategic plan. So we did revamp those questions a little bit, but again, it is something that we just want to continue looking at and monitoring specific with our secondary students.
Just a note on that, that's the SAC team that you just saw also went through and gave us some hearty feedback on the way we were asking questions.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. I forgot about them. Okay, and so moving into 5.2, we just wanted to highlight the piece on here as we designed the physical learning environment, including technology and tools. So just some survey data that we have from our students. 84% satisfied or very satisfied with the level of technology and innovation, and parents, it is right there at the same, about 87%. Then also looking at the physical learning environment, so we had an overall rating of facilities that was noted in our student and parent climate surveys. So elementary, very stable. Secondary students, we saw a slight increase, and parents, a slight decrease. So we actually had our secondary students and parents through this survey rank the areas where they feel like your school facilities need the most improvement. So this was, these were the top ranked items from each of those groups. And what is very telling and aligns with what we saw from the bond election and from our CFAC committee recommendations, right? So noted about thermal comfort, about safety and security, and these are all things that have actually been added into, was a part of that bond election, including the outdoor spaces, which you heard about tonight. Which does lead us to our final thing of just a celebration around the successful bond election. As we think about to what degree do we design the physical learning environment for student and teacher success, there was an extensive process that you all engaged in and helped to lead the way that is going to provide funding for doing just that. So. And that is the end.
All right, board members, very impressive. We didn't ask them questions or interrupt them along the way. Thank y'all so much. And are there any questions now?
It's more of a comment. So y'all know I have kids at every level, and it's been interesting to see where my current senior, where he was at 5th grade, and where my 5th grader is now. And I was telling Dr. Gearing, we had student-led conferences at my elementary's kids this week. And I had a trustee aha moment. And Sarah, you would have loved this. I think you know the particular daughter I'm talking about. But on slide 14, we talk about, the goal setting and tracking progress. And this daughter of mine had her goal tracking and progress since 3rd grade. And so the way she had her own website pulled up and was able to go, I'm a creative collaborator, clicked it. And it brought down 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. And she was able to see her MAP scores and how she's improved. But most importantly, she was setting her own goals. And what I loved about it is that I'm sitting there trying not to geek out as a trustee and like, oh my gosh, just look what we did as board work, look what it's trickling down. But what she said to me and what caught me in this presentation was, I can't wait to use it next year. I can't wait to be able to apply what I'm gonna learn in 6th grade and set goals to do what I can do. And so I feel like you're seeing those foundations being set and you're having those students eat it up because they love to see how well they're doing. And as a parent, I absolutely love it. Y'all know I talk about running records all the time. But to be able to have your students feel empowered and to know when to speak up, oh, hey, I need math help. Oh, I need maybe a little bit of extra work thank y'all so much for taking us on this journey. And I'm excited to see that next level because I feel like you've laid those steps down. You're going to see those students and parents like me want to push it to the next level. And thank y'all so much.
Thank you for saying that. And I think that's a true testament to our campus leaders and teachers who have just embraced the tenets that are laid out in the strategic plan and have just run with it and how organically it is spreading. And I think we're just going to continue to see that increase.
Even Jack I shouldn't say my daughter's kid's name, but even my youngest is embracing his goals. And it's such a powerful thing. So thank y'all so much.
I just want to say thanks too about the fact that we aligned the mission, vision, and the strategic, all of that, all the core values, all of it, and being able to now hear and see, like with the SAC kids, that graduate profile in action. And so for the longest time, it was just, like we said, it was something that hung on the wall and nobody really knew what it was. And so now I feel like we're engaging our students in what it is and why it matters. And so this is proof that it is working. So great job.
I have one more comment. Slide 27 in regards to equitable access. This past spring, we've been going to all the dance shows, all the band shows, all the choir shows. And I'm not sure what our fine arts department is doing, but they've been able to include our students in ways I've never, ever seen in my life in Leander ISD. So I see it happening. I see these students getting these opportunities and being celebrated for who they are. And just when you give a child that opportunity, it's endless. They're able to do whatever they want.
I love the data details. I mean, we talk about that so much, and Bruce is familiar when I'm like, okay, how do we know what learning looks like? How's it going on in the classroom? And so seeing this information and this evidence is tremendous. And to hear y'all say, okay, we're growing, the trend's in the right direction, but we're not done. That's also good. So really excited to see these. I want to dig in a bit more. So, but not tonight. And I'll follow up with y'all on a few more questions. But I think there's really some powerful, strong things here that is very transformational for our community and for our students. And that's what it's about. And so board members, good work, and staying focused and helping empower this administration. This is so good. I mean, this is rewarding to be able to see this. So thank y'all for the work and for bringing this information to us. It's tremendous. All right. All right, thank y'all so much. We're going to go ahead. Board members, I'd like to do a little change up just to try to get us on schedule and stay ahead of schedule, but I'm going to try to take legislative committee and pull it down in time. I'd like to go ahead and move our break up now and just do a break for 5 minutes if we're okay, and that way it'll help streamline us. Is that okay?
Quick update, the Rouse baseball team won 4-2.
Oh. Excellent update. All right, break, 5 minutes, 8:51 to 8:56. All right, board members, it is 9 o'clock. We are back into open session, and we're going to go to governance, the legislative update, legislative committee update. And I was looking for a brief little PowerPoint I had to help keep me on track with notes, but I can't find it, so let me just do my notes from memory. Board members, legislative committee has been meeting frequently, and we've also been up at the Capitol frequently. I will tell you, at the beginning of the 88th legislative session, Commissioner Mike Morath basically gave a presentation to both Senate and House Appropriations, Senate Finance, and kind of laid out what the commissioner's thoughts were for education, the state of education, and for funding. One of the things that was talked about in the committee at that time was that teachers, according to the chart that was presented, are not being, that teachers are making more than they have, and really there's a problem with teacher satisfaction in the job, that if teachers were going to make more money, districts could increase student-teacher ratios in the classroom. An example of California was pointed out both times in the House and the Senate with much higher ratios, and therefore teachers then could earn more. I can tell you from what we've heard from our teachers in the district and from what we've seen when we're up at the Capitol from teachers in the state, higher classroom student-teacher ratios are not going to be the solution that we're hearing from our teachers. And as a result of some of these conversations and things going, we're just not seeing a lot of increase for teachers in their salary coming from the state level right now. As board members, we have been very active. As president of CTSBA, and Central Texas Trustees have also been active in really advocating for that basic allotment. And if you hear that language about discussion, we need an increase in basic allotment. The basic allotment is the item that we've used before to help with our raises for our staff. In fact, in 2019, when HB3 raised that basic allotment, the amount that they raised, that raise, 100% of that went to our teacher and staff raises. So we used it all, and we put it right into raises where it needed to go, of course. With that basic allotment in 2019, there has not been a change in that number since 2019. And so, depending upon which inflation number you look at, anywhere between $900 to $1,000 is what is said to be able to raise that basic allotment to match inflation. That's what teachers across Texas are asking for, and teachers in our community. The challenge is that at this moment, there is not a funding mechanism coming to districts that increase that basic allotment that we could use for teacher raises. There are some programs. TEA has a program where you could apply and a select few could get. There's different areas there. Yes, there is the opportunity, or I don't know if it's an opportunity, it's an option of looking at your student classroom ratios and changing that up. If that was the only way you wanted to address pay, I think I'm still hopeful that the legislature will do something, but we don't know yet. I think there's a lot of voices out there trying, but it's an interesting legislative session in the 88th. So we've still got a few more days. We've got until sine die to see what happens with legislative funding. But just know that is like the way the structure has been designed by the state. That's really where the large funding pot comes from, where we can run the school system, pay for payroll, and pay for our teachers. So if they don't increase that, that'll be problematic. But there are some things in place that minor things, tweaks here and there, that may help. I don't know. We'll let Pete talk about more of that. I don't want to take all his thunder as he comes up and tells us some of the things that he's looked at for the budget later this evening. Board members will have to stay active, because if the situation keeps going, we may end up finding ourselves in a special session in the state of Texas where we will need to be back up there. And advocating for our teachers and teachers' pay is paramount. It's very important. We need to be able to fund our workforce. And we will just keep at it. That being said, as the legislation continues to pass, there are items that are still out there. SB 9 was a funding bill. It died by procedural action, so HB 100 is the only one left that was moving. HB 100 looks different in the House than it does in the Senate. And you'll hear people tell you things like, oh, well, this bill passed. Okay, well, did it pass the House and did it pass the Senate? And oh, by the way, if they were different, then it has to go to conference committee. So did it pass that conference committee? So I guess as board members, as you're hearing about legislation, just remember to keep an eye on kind of the status of it, because bills can pass, but really what you're looking for is, has it finally passed and is it heading to the governor's desk? That gives you more of an idea of what kind of legislation is on a trajectory and moving. The other thing I would point out is deadlines, that even after a bill passes, the governor can veto. So the veto period that we'll be looking for is June 18th. And so after June 18th, bills that the governor hasn't signed will still come into law. So needless to say, there are a lot of steps between now and when an item actually becomes officially law. Legislatively, we are still looking for funding, and it is sadly not there. But the legislative committee is still making calls, getting out there, going to the Capitol, and thinking about how can we invite our community as well in these discussions, because there's a whole lot of noise, and we want to be able to share the good news of what does learning look like in Leander ISD, and what do we do with our basic allotment? Where's the funding that we're using to help empower and build up our staff and our teachers? All right, any other questions or thoughts about, I'm just trying to give you a big
question. So HB 100 did move to conference committee, correct?
Tonight,
but we don't know what's from there.
no, and I don't know if it went. I'm pulling it up right now as we're talking.
Sorry,
No.
I'm like,
it did go to conference, but I think it did. It just went in the House. So the House is the only one who's named the conferees. In other words, they refused to concur with the Senate's changes that were being made. So the House says, we're not going to. We want to go to conference. So now it goes back over to the Senate. So we'll look for tomorrow to see the Senate name conferees.
Okay.
And then if the Senate names conferees, then they'll both have to get together. And then we'll be looking for the next step, which is their conference report. So at any stage here, the bill could die. So.
or all the parameters in it can change.
Correct. They could do an out of bounds. My favorite word to listen for is out of bounds resolution, because if they do an out of bounds resolution like they did with HB1, our budget bill, when they do out of bounds, that means that they don't have to stay within whatever the House said and whatever the Senate said. They can add something new. So if you see an out of bounds resolution, go read that resolution because there's something new.
Okay.
So I know you would think sine dies on Monday. Seriously, we should have some more answers here as a legislative committee. In previous sessions, we've kind of had a few more answers, but this is really, there's a lot of things that are unanswered right now. So, all right. All right, without further ado, then we'll leave that section of an update and we'll move on to the discussion of the Texas Association of School Board 2023-2025 Advocacy Agenda Resolutions and amendments. Let me kind of give you a brief update in that, remember we were just talking about the legislative priorities that we had as a board. We also craft our priorities. We send those to TASB. TASB takes those up at the big conference where all your trustees from across Texas go, and they all talk about what are initiatives that are important to them. So as a school district, it's important to participate and be a part of your other districts in Texas to hear what are interest to them as well. It's been powerful in Central Texas because all of our Central Texas trustees have aligned and gotten behind basic allotment, and so our voice has been very unified there. This resolution process is simply us telling other school boards across Texas what are the items of importance that we need an extra resolution on. TASB has already adopted some basic advocacy principles. They have a cornerstone. They have their major advocacy principles. You can go look on that on site. So that's already in place. We don't need to re-say those things, like that we value local control. You don't need to re-say those things. But there are a few items in there that we, as a board, looked at and said, you know, these items aren't in their basic basic founding advocacy main planks are the cornerstone principles, so we feel like these items need attention. I did talk to Docs at TASB to confirm that he said if we had already submitted previous advocacy resolutions, that they will still be in force. So we don't need to present again the ones we did before, so we can remove those unless you see board members changes. With that being said, I think, is there one or two other new ones? And I'll hand that over to you, Dr. Gary.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And so just to clarify, we do these advocacy resolutions for TASB every year, even though we're not in a legislative session every year. So these ones in this cycle are somewhat an overflow and for interim as we head through to a 25 session. Am I stating that correctly? Okay, so with that being said, there are three things in your packet. The first attachment is the advocacy resolutions that we already submitted last year, and so you can clearly see what those are. We've added a couple of new ones in the potential 23-25 advocacy resolution attachment based on feedback from Cabinet, and those are both financial items that are in there. And then we also have a blank form in case there are any other ideas that come. I haven't heard anything else from board members or Cabinet members, but we're certainly able to do that. These are due to TASB on June 15th, and so we have the opportunity to talk about them tonight. Then you can provide me any feedback that you need over the next couple of weeks, and then on June 8th we will bring these to the board for approval. So that we can submit any final changes or additions, new resolutions to TASB by the deadline of the 15th. Bless you. And I'm happy to dig deeper if you'd like, but otherwise I'll leave it at that.
Board members, any questions about those? Then the plan will be the potential ones to be on our consent for the next one?
Yes, if the board's comfortable with that, we'll put them on consent for next time. And we'll make sure that TASB has all of our current ones, like you said. So make sure that if there's anything on the current ones that you want us to adjust, that you send those changes to me. And then we'll put all of that onto consent for next time. So it'll require you to just make sure that you've read them so that we can approve them in consent. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
No worries. All right, so then that'll conclude this agenda item. Board members, I know we have closed session. We're planning for 2 parts, but we're going to try to condense those to help kind of keep the board meeting moving this evening, if that's okay. Okay. All right. So we'll move on then to our next agenda item, continued discussion of the Texas Association of School Boards Comprehensive Policy Review, Policies EB Local through GNC Local.
So as a quick preface, this is part of the project we've all been working on here for the past several board meetings. This is the next chunk of policy that your committee has worked on. As a reminder, this is part of an iterative process. So of course, TASB has provided recommendations, but it's also included lots of staff feedback in this process to ensure that policy and practice are aligned, to either bring policy into alignment with practice or practice in alignment with policy in order to meet our local conditions. And additionally, it has gone through multiple reviews in your policy committee to ensure that this represents the will of the board. And so what we are bringing forward tonight is that next batch of those policies with recommended updates. I do want to note just 4 things. One is you won't see F and G in here, even though it's been part of the policy review process. We're doing some further study on that one to see if there are some changes we can make to make that process a little more streamlined. Additionally, there are 3 other policies that you will see in the packet that we met twice as a committee last week, and the conclusion we came to is FFAC, GKB, and GKDA. We're recommending that the board push pause on those so we have a little more time for study on those, because we have some additional questions that have come up in the course of those discussions, and so that would be our suggestion. So other than that, we're just here to hear any questions you might have so we can see if there's any of this that we potentially can put in consent, or if there are any additional policies that you would like to see pulled out for further discussion by the full board, or if there are specific questions that the committee can tackle.
And board members, to show you about kind of that doing the homework ahead of time, I had sent Sean numerous questions to ask before the policy committee, and 90% of those are the ones you just talked about that y'all are working on. So I have about 30 minutes of questions that's gone because y'all have addressed it. So you know, we're moving along here. I saw the EIA where we have gotten questions as board members under EIA local about why do we have a 6 weeks and a 9 weeks? And I just wanted to make sure I sent that to Sean to ask the committee, why is that? Just so it was on y'all's radar. I don't know what your answers were. I'm guessing it's something to the fact of this isn't really where board's saying, oh, we want to do 6 and 9. This is an administrative request, and that y'all looked into that. So for our policy committee, can you just kind of confirm and walk me through, because I think it's important as we're talking about board role, our roles and responsibilities aren't necessarily to say, oh, this sounds like a great idea. It's also to hear from administration on what we need for our students' academics.
You are correct that as we looked at that as the committee, one of the things we looked at was that particular change was actually at administration's request when they were beginning this process a year ago, April. And so it's really just to get that policy aligned with the practice and what administration thinks is in the best interest of students and the frequency with which we assess them.
All right, board members, any other questions? Okay. All right, did y'all get any other questions from board members that y'all need to address?
Oh, okay, yeah, good, that's good. I hadn't heard from Ms. Smith, but it sounds like she's got her answer.
I just needed to go back and reread it. It was the 504 section and just making sure it was aligned with IDA. And obviously you've worked on it, you know SPED law, so I just had to have that moment.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and for our policy committee, thank y'all so much. This is a whole lot of work. Is there anything when y'all are looking at it that you think could be, I don't know, misconstrued or something that we need to pay careful attention to? I was looking at it, it all seems pretty standard, but was anything flagging for y'all? No? Okay. All right, well that's...
So just one administrative clarification. Are we clear then what we're putting on consent for next time and what is coming off? Okay.
And you'll put those, the alphabet, you'll put the letters down so we know which ones are out?
Yes, ma'am. As we have these past few times, we'll be very clear specifically what is going to consent and what is not.
Awesome. Okay. Very good. Well, then we'll go ahead and go to our next item, which would be our operations discussion of 2023-2024 proposed budget. And while I'm at it, if I can go ahead and say also consider approval of 2023-2024 total compensation recommendations, because it's all you. And that way we can talk about those together and kind of go back and forth if we need to. So we're still in those two agenda items, but in case we need to ask about budget as we go back to recommendations.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Gearing. Tonight we have the Leander ISD 2023-24 budget update, and we will kind of combine it with the compensation plan, which is the next item on the agenda. So you'll have both Carrie, Lynn, and myself up here. So I'm sure there'll be questions going back and forth, and so we'll do our best to answer your questions and walk you through the presentations or presentations. Okay, so we figured we would start tonight, just kind of briefly take a quick look at how we got to where we are and kind of highlight some of the bigger events to get us to the point we are tonight. So if you look back at 22-23, we had a successful Vader election, or Vatra, depending on how you pronounce that. Increased our revenue about $32.5 million, which really kind of just covered some of the deficit that we had prior to that and helped us with the recapture payment. Kind of got us almost just less than break even. So we still have, for us to go forward and give raises and do other things, we have to continue to look at our budget as well as hope that the legislation or the legislator actually increase funding. And so we've got some of those pieces built in, and there's other pieces we've got on hold, and we'll get to those a little bit later in the presentations. We reduced about $2.1 million in vacant positions and non-payroll items. We discontinued the no major maintenance contribution. If you recall, about 2 years ago, we took some monies that we had set aside and we moved them over, and those monies are still sitting there, and they're being used in a separate fund for capital projects. Those monies will be running out, I believe next summer is the plan, and we will continue to monitor that. And if we need to, we had a lot of the big projects we covered in the bond that was recently passed. However, there will be some other capital needs, and we'll look at some monies that we have, and you may start to see us at the end of each fiscal year start to maybe commit or assign at the management level, or even transfer monies over to replenish that fund or other funds. One of the health insurance funds being one of them that we will bring to you next month. But those items will start to, so we make sure that we have the monies that we need just for some capital projects that probably aren't really in the bond. We've utilized the ESSER funds to reduce the budget, and then we eliminated about $1.2 million in contractor services for substitutes. However, we did bring those back in-house, so there was a cost. So we didn't save a total of 1.2. That was just the total from the contracted piece. For 22-23, we had a pay increase of 5% of midpoint for our teachers, nurses, and counselors, 4% of midpoint for all other staff. We increased our minimum hourly rate to $15 an hour. We increased the substitute pay rates, one-time payment to employees, and then a one-time retention pay for special education staff. All those together add up to about $25 million. The last two bullets were one-time cost. They were about $6.5 million. So recurring costs are about $18.5 million. So as we begin to look at the 23-24 overview, as we kind of wrap up the 23-24 budget, we'll go through the revenue and expenditures, and then we'll kind of break it down what that process was and kind of where we're at. So as you recall, in April, we received our certified estimated values. We were planning about 15% growth on the M&O fund. It actually came at about 9.83, rounding up to 10. The maximum compressed rate, tax rate at the state floor before compression adjustment is about 0.7944. That is anticipated to go down probably about 7.75 cents. And then if there's anything done and whatever's left of House Bill 100 or whatever mechanism actually makes it to the finish line, that will more than likely number will be decreased to even further, up to 15 cents is I think what the House had originally submitted, above and beyond the 7.75. Budgeting state aid on pre-K adjusted enrollment, so 42,971. That is accounting our pre-K students, our half-day pre-K students as half. Our total enrollment is a couple slides later, so a little over 43,000. Our revenues include the increased yield in gold pennies. That is really the only thing that we have increased revenue in our budget this year is the increase in gold penny yield. That is in current law. That has not been touched by any proposal on the House or the Senate side. So that is supposed to be the 96% of wealth, and so that will guarantee that yield. And so that is the only thing that we built into the budget on the revenue side, because that is what's in current law. There's contingency and Plan B and if then, but you know we'll take that. Yeah, what if? We'll take that when it gets here and when we have better information. So if you look back at our revenue, in the April estimates of the 15% PV growth or property value, then you look at one column to the right. So that's just us updating from our estimate of 15% to 9.83. It was actually interesting. This is kind of one of those things. You really don't get surprised all that much, but this one kind of surprised me. Our value was not as high as what we budgeted, but it actually resulted in about $3.4 million more in our funding or funds that the district was able to keep with recapture. So it was just an interesting anomaly. I just wasn't expecting it, but I was more than welcome to take it. So as we look at our general fund, the expenditures overview is we have staffing budget based on enrollment. Like I mentioned before, 42,971 was the pre-K piece adjusted, but our gross enrollment, if you will, is 43,543. Budget payroll at 98%. We included a 3% of midpoint pay increase for all staff. We also included a cost of longevity pay, which also equals a 1% pay increase. So what's in the budget right now is either a 3% raise and a longevity or a 4% raise. They both come out to the same. So, and I believe in in Carrie Lynn's presentation, she has different options of recommendations that we can get to that point. But basically right now the budget, we have a 4%, however you get there, we have a 4% of midpoint raise built into the budget. So some of the positions we've added this year, as we've gone through the process, we've added 4.5 formula FTEs. Special education, as we all realize, special education population is growing, and it's getting difficult to even keep teachers that have the special ed certification. So we had added 27 additional FTEs. We also added the stipend increases for special education staff. We've added an additional 14 non-formula FTEs, and those are included in the budget to be approved tonight for early release. Included costs to open elementary number 30. That's about half of the principal's salary and half of the executive or administrative assistant salary to get that campus up and running through the spring. And then return positions to general fund that we had previously recorded to our federal funds, the ESSER funds. We increased the contributions to insurance premium. It's almost kind of like a little swap. It doesn't quite dollar for dollar, but we reduced the transfer out. Our budget does include $1 million for portable building needs. We expect, as we do construction and as we do renovations, and growth, that we will need some portables in that process. Inflationary impact when we did our budgets, and even asking the departments to go back and look and tighten the pencil, sharpen the pencil a little bit, but all said and done is about 13.5% increase to our budget just for the cost of doing the same things we probably did in this current year. Just fuel was more expensive. It costs more to buy the same product that we bought last year. Nothing that we all haven't probably experienced in our personal lives. And we changed the deficit budget, actually the budget is a deficit, but it's within our 3% budget parameter. And as you recall, normally we had used 4 before, but we had narrowed that down to 3. So we kind of put it all together, or get closer together, or summarize the expenditures piece. We had our April estimates, and we've updated it through the May estimates. So it was about a $9 million decrease in our estimates from one month to the other, but we had almost $7 million increase when the payroll, when we put in the 2% up to the 4%. Operating expenditures, small adjustment, and then due to the property value being 9.83% as opposed to the original proposed or estimated 15%, our recapture payment went down almost $16 million. So as we look at our proposed budget for adoption, we plan to come to the board on June 15th. The ad will be in the paper later this week, or we submit it later this week. We go through that process, but just to kind of give you the quick highlight, we're going to focus on the column that's in the red box. Our total gross revenues, we kind of had to use some new terms now. We probably normally in the years prior, we just said revenues, but now that we have recapture, we say gross revenues. So our budget from 22 to 23, our revenues are going from a little over 460 million to just under 491 million. Payroll, for the budgeted payroll, has gone up from 350 to 382. Contracted services, supplies went up 2 million. Contracted services were fairly similar. Travel went up about a little over 1 million, 1.2. All said and done, the expenditures went from 445 from 22-23 up to 494. Recapture in that is a big portion of that increase. We had 46 million last year in the original budget, and this budget has $12 million more with recapture, and that's at 9.83% property value growth. It would have been a much higher at the 15%. We have operating budgeting transfers out, all said and done. Our revenue, our expenditures exceed our revenue by $6.5 million. And we anticipate if all that were to go through, typically, historically, between vacancies and other budgets not being spent all the way, we typically end up in the break even or even adding monies to the budget. But strictly looking at it as a budgetary piece, we have a $188 million fund balance, and then we would budget a 6.5 deficit with a proposed ending fund balance of a little over $181 million. So if we're looking at our 3-year projections, we'll talk about the 2 years here, then the next slide has a 3rd year on it. But property value growth we've estimated at 10%. In current law, the gold penny yield increases from $98.56 to $126.21 for next year, and that is built in the revenues that we had seen in the earlier slides. And then for year 25-26, it goes up goes up a little over $3. So that $3 for us is a couple million, but we will take it. Going forward in the next slide, when we start looking at each 3-year out, we have 2% of midpoint built in for 24-25, and 25-26. Long-term view, we continue to show some deficit budgets, although that's not out of the norm, but we do want to keep it within that 3% parameter. We start to get out that. This is a legislative session. I know that's a shock to everybody in this room. More than likely, we may have a special session. We may not. As was mentioned earlier tonight, the House picked their 5 conferee committee members. We expect the Senate to do so tomorrow. If they can agree, come up to some kind of agreement, then we expect something by Monday. If not, then it could get interesting, and there could be a special session, and there's been talk of a special session. Normally you have a special session maybe 2 or 3 weeks after. There's been talk of this one not even being done until September. So depending on what is on that agenda, if it is school funding gets tied into whatever the education savings accounts and vouchers, all that gets tied in together, then that may be a little bit later than normal. And what we have talked about in the past, and as well as Carrie Lynn's presentation, which follows, we have language in there that if money does come later, we can make adjustments at that time if the board so desires to. But we recommend adopting a budget with the increase in just the golden pennies yield, which is all our revenue has. And we recommend a 3 to 4% pay increase or a longevity incentive, however you want to do it, for a total of 4%, however we go about it. And then if there are any additional funds, we would recommend we come back to the board at a later time once we know that number, and we can make a recommendation at that time.
And Pete, before you leave the slide, when you talk about the conferees, that's for HB 100.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
the budget bill is already baked in with the golden yield in there. Like that already has the number in there. So the HB 100 that went to conferees, if it doesn't pass, would still have those things up there that we've already planned on.
Yes, we still, the golden yield is in current law. I believe the current law actually has an M&O decrease of about 7.75 cents. And we would settle right there. That would be our little, our stay place. We would stay there. And then if whatever happens, but if additional revenue comes, then we feel it more prudent, or at least being really fiscally disciplined to come back at a time when we know what those monies are, and then address where we want, how we feel the best to spend those monies, if they come. I mean, like I said, until this time, we've only built the budget on what we know is going to go forward to next year, and that's the gold pennies.
Before you go on, can you just go back? I just want to provide some color on those ESSA positions, because I think it's important to just point out that we are rolling some of those ESSA-funded positions back into general fund, but there are more positions that are funded with ESSA right now that are not being rolled into our budget yet. They are new positions that came about because of those ESSA funds, and we're gonna force those through the budget process. And so there's still a significant amount of money tied up in those ESSA-funded positions that could potentially come back into the budget that are not accounted for here. And so I just want to point that out, that's something that's going to happen in the regular budget process. They'll come in the budget process as if they were new requests, even though they're existing in the system now. And that's a relatively large chunk, and so we just want to be sure that there's no surprise when that comes back to the table in the 24-25 budget.
So if you look at our 3-year projections, and this is why this is kind of the basis of the 4% recommendation this evening. If you look at the 23-24 increases in gold yield, the first column right outside the box, and if you go down, that has our $6.5 million deficit that we had just talked about a couple slides earlier. Then you go, 3 lines down. Our budget deficit threshold is 3%, which is 12.99. We'll just say 13 million, just because it's close to there. So we're about half that. We're 6.5 million deficit. Our 3% max is 13. So at first you look at that and you're like, well, hey, wait, maybe we could go a little higher. But then if you look at the next column to the right, you start looking 24, 25, which is not a legislative session. There will be no revenue. The only new revenue we'll have at that time will be any growth. And then, because we're not taking anything to account as far as whatever happens in the session or special session at that. So when you look at that, just having a 2% raise in 24, 25, we're already almost $4 million outside of our 3% threshold. And so what our goal would be, again, is just that's why we're recommending the 4%. If the Senate passes, the House and Senate come together and they pass something, then we can take that money and add it in. House Bill 100, as whatever version it was a couple of days ago, it was about $8.5 million is what the number had for our district. But it has been changed quite a bit since then. And so, any thought or any attempt to try to build that monies into your budget when you don't have it would really wouldn't be prudent and could put us in a position, if it doesn't come through, that we've already had the expenses, and that would put us paint us in a corner that we don't want to be painted in at this time. So, like I said, we're about $6.5 million deficit. Got $6.5 million left. And again, our goal is not get right up to that 3% threshold if we don't have to, but due to looking at 24-25, we're about 3.8 million over. So we want to make sure we don't want to do anything more until we know exactly if any revenues do come in. And then you look at the next year out, it's 13.7. So it gets bigger and bigger, but there's also, we got to live through another beautiful legislative session in 2025, which will go forward to 25, 26. So, and then the next, we always bring to you, there's 3 funds the boards are statutorily required to adopt. There's a general fund. We just gave that summary. The next one is a debt service fund. As you recall, we had a May 6th bond election. It overwhelmingly passed. We will sell those bonds late June, early July. So we will have one payment in there in the next fiscal year.
Just to clarify, we'll sell some of those bonds.
Yeah, we won't sell all 762 million. We're looking at 250, 275. We haven't got the exact number down, but we're looking at about 1/3.
And we'll do a presentation when we get closer to time with PFM coming again, show us the runs and how all that impacts.
June 8th is that's what we're planning on, at least to do the parameter order. We'll maintain the INS tax rate as originally has been planned the whole time, is to keep it at 33 cents, and then we will continue to pay down debt early on any excess revenue each year. So looking at our 33 cents and with the new updated property value, we're looking at just under $153 million in revenues, $153 million in expenses, and that includes paying debt off early, about 36 million in there. And then our fund balance is 140 million. However, that's as of June 30th. And recall, we have that payment on August 15th. So we subtract that almost $95 million out of there. And so our net fund balance, if you will, and once you take out that payment in August, is just under $46 million. Our child nutrition services budget, we just finished the process of contracting that, going through that process. We're switching back to SFE for the 23-24 school year. And that is going to be a 5-year contract, or 1-year contract with 4 1-year extensions for a total of 5. It could be up to a total of 5 years. The contracted positions that used to be in the current contract, they will be coming over. Sorry, start that over. The contracted positions that the contractor will be paying for will be the director, the assistant director, child nutrition service, the director of child nutrition service, 2 dietitians, 4 supervisors, and a district chef, and a human resources specialist for CNS. The remainder of the positions will remain Leander ISD employees. We did have some employees last year that switched over to the company. They will be coming back to be our employees and to be our TRS eligible employees, or TRS. They will pay into the TRS system. So our 23-24 child nutrition services budget is just over 16 million. We got a part of the contract guarantee is that they would guarantee that they would add at least 500,000 to the fund balance, or have expenditures be 500,000 less than the revenues. So that is the budget. That is the budget we have we will bring forward. That's the proposed budget tonight, but we'll bring forward in June 15th, and that will be adding $500,000 to the fund balance for the food service, and it'll be going back to the company that we've had with previous years and have a good relationship with. The final steps. Required newspaper posting will be in the Hill Country News on June 1st. I think we sent a memo out a couple weeks ago. We used to put it in 2 papers, and we'll still put it in the second paper, but the second paper now only has it every 2 weeks. They're not weekly anymore, and so it will be within that 10-day. It won't meet the legal requirement, but the Hill Country News will meet the legal requirement. The other one is just to be above and beyond, to be 1 notch higher, since historically we have had it in both. We will have the required general fund, the debt service fund, and the child nutrition services proposed budgets posted by function on the district website by June 1st. That will be the day in the paper. The final amendment presented on June 15th. The general fund, debt service, and child nutrition budgets will be adopted on the 15th, and our tax rate to be adopted in August or September, or after July certified values are received. We have 60 days from the day we receive our certified values. So typically that's August or September.
Board members, questions?
As of today, and I know this could change later, but as of right now, we are not getting any additional funds from the legislature. Is that correct? The basic allotment's not changing?
As of right now, there's just been proposals. There's been some bills, but nothing has been passed. Nothing has. So the only new funding we have was actually already in current law, which is the gold penny yield increase. But as far as basic allotment, we are keeping it at $6,160. There's been proposed about $100. Has been proposed at $50, but that's just proposed. We don't have that built into our budget at all. We are keeping it very only the knowns.
Okay. So if you said earlier that depending on what happens before the end of the session, we are able to go back if we do get something extra from the legislature, we can go back at that time and add in another stipend or additional percentages, whatever works at that particular time.
That is correct.
Okay.
So going back to the funding pot, how it increases and decreases. Since the passage of HB 3, 2019, the revenue coming in, unless we have enrollment growth, there's really not going to be a whole lot of other fluctuations as far as for a large pot of funding. So when we say that 87% of our budget is going to payroll and benefits, less than 1% of that is even district admin. So we're talking about our transportation, our bus drivers, our counselors, our nurses, our teachers, our IAs, our librarians. We have a huge staff, right, that we're doing. And if it's 87% of our budget, and yet that pie is not expanding, then as we increase these raises, of course, we want to take care of our teachers. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how is it tenable, or what should we be looking for as a board? And I guess I'm trying to think of, like, if we end up going to a special session, I'm going to be using some of these talking points when I tell them why we need these funds. But can you help articulate kind of what this 87% means and what we need to be careful for as a board as we're going forward?
Yeah, we are, we're a service organization. So the bulk of our expenses are going to be in labor, our staff. We are 87%. We're a little bit higher than the state average. And that's a host of reasons. I mean, it's, many variables there. It's everything from staffing to health insurance contribution to everything that we pay. So going forward, obviously the legislature, we would hope and expect some funds for student safety. That's our top priority, but that's not monies that we use for salaries. Going to what we want to give us the most flexibility, to give us the most options that we can, the local school board can use their local control to do its best for, in our instance, Leander ISD would be an increase in the basic allotment. The basic allotment does two things. Obviously, it increases the funding, and for us, it would actually, and it would decrease our recapture payment. So that in that process, that keeps Leander ISD taxpayer monies in Leander ISD. It gives the district the most flexibility. It's one thing when someone gives you, when you get monies that you have to spend in one area, or if you get monies where you're able to make the decision that you feel you put those monies in the area that you feel the district needs it the most. So that's the basic allotment. That was hands down, that would be the most preferred method or way for the legislature to increase funding for Leander ISD and put us in the position where we could have the most flexibility to use those funds in the way that we feel, or the board feels is the best for our particular and unique needs. Which I will go out on a limb and feel that most of us really want, and number one, the first thing we want to look at if those monies comes would be some kind of form, some way of some kind of compensation. So, and whether it's continued or one time or whatever, but I mean, I know that that's just through the conversations we've had throughout the budget development process, that we want to make sure that our staff are taken care of as best that we can based on the funding and the monies that we have available.
No, that's helpful. And as we move in the conversations, some clarity points were, we're at 87% of our budget is payroll and benefits, but I think average is what, 82 statewide?
Yeah, usually 82, give or
somewhere in
take.
there. And talking to some of our Central Texas school districts, they're not at 87. They are lower,
Yeah.
which makes sense. And then the projected amount some of the districts right around us get per student is more than Leander gets. So when I was looking, we're at 96.69, but average for the state is 10,000 a student and even higher. So we, again, although we're all working for our kiddos, not every district looks the same as far as the funding that they're getting for the students, and it looks like we're definitely trying to maximize our budget so far as pouring into staff. So thank y'all for helping us.
Yeah, I think every district, we're definitely not an exception. We're doing our best to make sure that we can, allocate those resources appropriately to get the biggest bang for our buck and meet our goals. And that is, obviously staff compensation is a big piece of that. When House Bill 3 was passed, they did away with the cost of education index, and that really kind of that penalized metropolitan or urban or big city districts. If you're a rural district, you don't compete for teachers and staff quite as much as when you have 17 districts all neighboring each other in a densely populated area. And if you are a smaller school, they still have the small school adjustment and the mid-size adjustment, so they get a little factor increase that makes their basic allotment a little bit higher. And so those things, the CEI used to help every school because it was based on your specific market, and that went away in House Bill 3. And so maybe, just maybe, the legislature might look at adding that back in or doing something different, but that is definitely something that, since every district now gets basically the same basic allotment, but smaller ones get a little bit more, and we're competing against others, it does create some disadvantages.
And just to point out, that's one of the TASB resolutions, the new TASB resolutions that we put in the board packet tonight.
Do you think maybe it helps? Do we need to not have those on consent so we can talk about them? Do we need to have them for discussion at our next one? I'm seeing head shakes no, so.
Okay.
If we get asked questions, if y'all get asked questions, then we'll go from there. All right, board members, anything else? Because we're getting ready to move in the compensation discussion. Tremendous job. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so board, you have in your packet a compensation plan proposals, 3 of which go over a 3%, a 4%, or a 5% across the board. As you've heard, we did add language to allow for a one-time incentive next year or any changes based on legislation that passes. So we would be able to come back to the board with either of those two situations to look at additional funding for employees. So we are, as you've heard, recommending either the 3% with the longevity pay plan or taking that longevity $3.1 million and doing a 4% across the board for all employees. We are asking for action tonight.
So I'm going to jump in. Last time you had asked me to do some listening sessions with employees, and so I just wanted to provide you the feedback that I got from those listening sessions, if this is the right time. Okay, thank you. So we held 4 listening sessions virtually. So we had all of those on Zoom to allow for folks. This is a very busy time of the year, so we wanted to make sure that our teachers and our employees had access to that. We had an elementary, a middle, and a high school one, and then we had a general one as well. We had 62 elementary folks show up, 22 middle school, and then 6 or 7 high school folks. And then the general one that we held last, we thought nobody would show up, and then over 30 people showed up on that one. So we had some great conversation and some great feedback. At every one of those sessions, we also provided a thought exchange so that they could also feedback electronically with us. I'll just summarize what the thought exchange data themes came back with. Firstly, we acknowledge that there were some mixed reactions to the proposed compensation plans for 23-24, and then also that there were concerns raised by experienced teachers regarding the value of the years of service and qualifications. So those 2 thoughts are the main ones that came up in the thought exchange part of this. My summary of what happened in the Zoom live commentary that we had, employees by far prefer a flat 4% raise over the 3% plus the longevity. That came across very strongly. Specifically, they didn't like some people having to wait the 2 to 4 years before they got that longevity incentive because they were waiting to have to get to that 5-year mark at every step. The same thought that was in the thought exchange came out again in the regular sessions. They indicated that they want to somehow weight the second half of the salary scales to give more experienced employees a higher pay in general, and then higher pay raises as well as we looked at those. And so I think that's something that as we think through, we'll have to look at much more closely next year, is how do we value our experienced employees in the district, both at just flat pay, but then also at how we do our raises. They talked about the fact, and this came up in all of the sessions, that they would prefer the raise to be a percentage on actual salary rather than on the midpoint. So that conversation we had extensively. And we talked a bit about why we do it that way. One of the things that we'd like to bring back to you is some outside experts to talk us through why we do that on midpoint and why that's important as how we fit into the biggest system of other districts in the state, and the explanations on those. And then it really came across hard that inflation is very difficult right now, and it's hard to afford to live in our community with our current wages. So I just wanted to provide that feedback to the board before you have your discussion and make the decision on compensation tonight.
And board members, in our packet, we have 2 options in front of us, right? 3% with that plus one-time lump sum payment, and then there's the 4% of midpoint salary increase. So those are the 2 motions that are open for discussion right now. Any questions?
I have some questions. So Dr. Gehring, the feedback that you got is also very similar to what I've been hearing from the teachers, which is just that the value of the more experienced teachers, differentiation in pay, and I guess we all probably received some emails from them too. So the question that I have has to do with can you please clarify for me, there was in our board Friday memo, when you gave the numbers, there was one column that was titled 4% top year adjustment. And if you pull it up, it was about 9.4 million total. But when we look at adding the other positions, it still seems to come out under 16 million, which is a 4% flat. I'm trying to understand just allocating the resources differently.
And I don't have my laptop with me, so
Yeah.
I can't pull it up. My apologies. So you had 9 million, 9.4?
Yes, 9.4 for teachers, nurses, and counselors for 4-year adjusted.
I'm going to go off memory, so if
That's fine.
if you got it, that'd be
Sorry.
great. I know we had 6.2 built in with the 2%.
Correct, yeah,
So I
with
know we had
3%,
another,
yeah.
the 3% gets us to about 9.4, and then I know we had the longevity.
Yeah.
If you combine it, it's 12.
No, this was, but that is replacing the longevity. It's not still keeping that 5 million, the 4.8 for the five-year. It's replacing, it's not keeping the 5-year longevity.
Yeah, so it's showing, if I'm looking at this, the sheet or whatever that you're looking at, if you look at, it has the 9.3.
Yeah.
And so that is the total estimate, the overall cost, but if you look at the line below that, so it's the additional cost is 3.1.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that was additional over that 3%, the 6.19 million. It was, yeah, that's the additional cost over that. But what I'm saying is that that plan does away with the 5-year plan.
So I think what you're saying is take that 3.1 in the longevity plan. The longevity plan is for all employees, so it would 700 employees next year would see that adjustment. This $3 million, it was based on your exercise and doing an additional 1 to 3,000 based on what year of experience they were in. And you're right, that exercise it's about 28% of our teachers would cost an additional $3 million. So it would cost the same as that longevity.
No, it's less.
Pay.
The longevity was 4.8.
No, the previous longevity plan, oh, I see what you're saying. So early on, we put 4.8, or the we put 4.8 in the budget for the longevity plan that took every year of service and provided some compensation, like 0 year was 250, 3 years was 300, and so on, and then bigger on the 5s. That plan cost 4.8. Based on the budget, the funding that we had, we adjusted that longevity plan to decrease the amount that we were allocating for the longevity plan to 3.1. So that other money, you can speak to that, was absorbed, I'm assuming absorbed into new positions and other budget items. So what we have allocated right now for longevity is 3.1.
Okay, so it kind of evens out to be the same thing. But
Between 3 and 4?
yeah. In terms of the additional 3.1. So so from 4 midpoint and then 4 plus for 15 years and above.
Correct.
It evens out to be the same thing, so I'm still just wondering why there is an issue. I mean, I did see some of the reasoning, but I'm just worried about, it's still the same dollars, but just being allocated differently. And then I think it just results in higher satisfaction.
Okay, but the problem is the structure changes, and it leads to problems later on. And so, can you speak to that, Carolyn?
Sure. So on our scale, we would rebuild our scale to include that amount for next year. And so if you're looking to do it one time, so then that would create, those steps would be that $4,000 apart, $3,000 apart. That's one thing it does. So it significantly expands that range. And then we also have people who we have a 42-year teacher, so that flows through that. So then that's one impact, is you have to rebuild that scale to include that amount. So if you're only going to do it 1 year, then that stays, or if you want to reward those higher years every year, then you have to rebuild that scale every year. What else it does is because it expands those years, the 16 to 42 years, that feeds into our administrative scale. So then you're going to have teachers at 16 years, 17, 18, 20, wherever it would fall, wherever it would overlap, making more than potentially at some point assistant principals, principals, other positions that career path takes them into. So one, there's no incentive for teachers to go into those positions, into leadership positions. And then it leads to a breakdown in our total compensation structure.
Okay, and then how about just making it a one-time cash bonus instead of a salary increase? That was the other option, or the other thought, based on a follow-up that I had sent.
You can do that. One of the things that I didn't mention in the feedback that we got from employees was that they really strongly asked us to consider making sure that anything that we do is TRS connected. And so one-time payments, while they're helpful for us because they don't tie us to things in out years, they are not TRS eligible. And so that's something that the employees...
And that TRS... not being TRS eligible impacts those retirement teachers the most.
Yes.
So I really...
But Pete, didn't you say there was something another school district did that ended up being TRS eligible?
There are ways to structure one-time payments, but they wouldn't be in November or December. You'd have to do them at the end of the school year. And then you would have to, if someone left during the school year, they'd have to be prorated out. If they worked 90 days and quit for whatever reason, they would get 90 divided by 187 times whatever the amount was. And so it can be done. It's not easy, and there's a level of cumbersomeness to it that there's a lot of things we have to do in payroll that we don't do now. A lot of staff, typically when you get the one-time payment, they like to have it in that November, December range, not have to wait until after the following year. So,
well, and just to be clear, I think there's something we said differently this year than we've ever said before, which is we're building into the compensation plan one-time payment, which we've always done, but we're also building language in that depending on what the legislature does, if there's additional revenue, we can come back and actually give additional raise, which is TRS eligible, and we can do that after the fact, and we've never done that before. But we have vetted that process and that language, and so that is in the compensation plan as it is being presented tonight. Both of those options are in there. The language is in there to allow us to do that.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that what we recommend or what is adopted in the next 2 or 3 weeks may or may not be the final compensation package. Again, we just feel it's best to wait for what the state does. We anticipate and really expect, if something passes, to come back and have another conversation a little deeper about, okay, what is it? Is it another percent? Is it a one-time payment? Is it a stipend? I mean, whatever is on the table is on the table, but at this stage of the game, to adopt the budget on June 15th, we feel that to have all that, even if we know what the state does by the end of next week, the ad's already in the paper. I mean, all that stuff to meet the statutory requirements. But we fully expect, if the legislature acts, and we expect the legislature to act, I just don't know how to what extent the action is going to take place, to come back and have another conversation about, okay, this is the money we have, this is how that changes the effect. You know, to go to your point, you know, to expand, if that was something we wanted to look at, we would have to update the 2 or 3 years out, because that changes everything. Not everything, but it's a big change. We've got some feedback with Dr. Gearing had gone and done the learning lessons, the surveys with the staff, and so we kind of know as far as I think as far as the longevity piece, they prefer the first way as opposed to the second way, but they would still prefer some changes to the whole thing if we go down that road. But most of them at this stage of the game, I got the impression they really prefer more in the compensation and have it be TRS eligible. But I don't think, there's nothing final. I guess that's kind of what to make a long story short, which I know is too late, we expect to come back and have a second conversation.
We're hoping y'all will come back and have, I know some of our teachers were hoping that there were additional factors we could take into consideration. And we said it even before we got in the budget, we look different than other districts. We're at 87% already going into payroll and benefits. We're at 9,600 for student, which is less than some of our other surrounding areas. There's all these other factors that make us different. But I do appreciate the fact that we've got wording in here to have us come back. And I'd also like to make sure we have more discussion on that midpoint and make sure we're very clear, because there were some teachers who reached out to me, and I'm sure they've reached out to y'all, and go, please at least say midpoint so that we're all on the same page. And I think that's a fair question too, and I want to continue those conversations, and I want to have more conversations. Right now, we're limited in what conversations we can have.
I appreciate the document that TASB put out there of why they do midpoint. I think it's real important to realize, you know, what that means. And I think a lot of people don't understand midpoint. And so I did really appreciate that document and understanding. And, you know, that ladder is really important. It causes a lot of breakdowns to your organizations when you're looking at counselors and nurses and all of these other areas when things get wonky like that. But I know that we have been talking about longevity, and you know, I remember listening to the board talk about longevity before I was on the board. I also think we were looking at different financial status, a state of how education was being funded. And right now, because of where we are with inflation, I think I want longevity. And if we get more money, you know, if whatever happens this legislative session, I'd really like us to think about that and find a system that works. But I also feel that we're in like survival mode, and we've got to think about how we can impact the most teachers as possible. And so I appreciate that y'all worked language in here to accommodate all of those pieces, because it is really important that I think, I feel like something's going to come back. We don't know how significant it's going to be. Right. And so whatever it is, I'd really hope that we could talk about look at different options of longevity. With that in mind, I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Trustees approve administration's recommended compensation plan to include 4% of midpoint salary increase for all employees for the 2023-24 school year, and authorization for the superintendent to recommend to the board for approval a one-time lump sum retention payment for all eligible employees based on the guidelines set forth in the compensation plan. 3, authorization for the superintendent to amend the 2023-24 compensation and benefits plan after the start of the fiscal year as required by law, administrative rule, if additional legal requirements or interpretations necessitate such a change or in the best interests of the district.
I second.
I have a motion from Gloria, second from Christine. Any other questions? All those in favor? Questions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. All those opposed?
And let me tell you why. I still don't think this is talking about the teachers. I want it to be focused on the teachers.
Okay, so wait. We're in a voting stage here.
Yes,
So
and
it's
you are allowed to
opposed?
talk before you vote.
We did all of the talking ahead of time, but just let me finish our motion at least. Are you voting against?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm voting against.
So let me conclude the vote, and then we'll finish your discussion. So we will conclude with 6 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries. All right. Now, do you want to add and finish your comment?
Yes. We're not focusing still on the teachers as much as I would like. I know we're focusing on all the employees, but not all the employees get paid. Same as the teachers. The teachers are the lowest paid in our scale, and they should be paid more. And so there has to be a sacrifice, and it has to come from somewhere. The teachers have to get more.
Paul, where did you get the data that our teachers were the lowest paid in our scale? There's
hourly employees.
There's hourly employees. There's cafeteria employees. There's maintenance. There's bus drivers. There's a lot of other employees, and our teachers are part of this.
Teachers do the bulk of most of the work.
And again, we're a system. We have instructional aides. So I think we need to make sure we're doing some homework. Reach out to Pete to find out all the positions, because I think sometimes the word teachers loses the vast system of educators we have who are in here every day working for our kids.
So administrators are making over $100,000 a year.
We have, if you want to talk about our district admin, if district admin is less than 1% of our budget, and I don't mind having a discussion about less than 1% of our budget, but right now we have 99% of the budget we're trying to focus on right now. And so that's what this conversation was about, was the other 99%.
And I'm saying I want to focus on those teachers.
All right.
Because they're with the kids for 8 hours a day.
Yep, let's do that. All right. We will close that agenda item and move on to consider approval of early release of critical positions.
Madam President, members of the board, tonight we have for you early release of positions. They are the same 14 positions that were in the presentation we just had. There are 6 special ed teachers, 1 LSP, 1 SLP, 5 assistant principals, and 1 counselor for a total of 14 positions. The 5 assistant principals are for middle schools, and those were due to a change by the cabinet, recommendation and a change approved by the cabinet to change the formulas for the assistant principals at the middle school level.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the addition of 16 positions for the 2023-2024 school year as presented.
I second.
Have a motion from Anna, second from Christine. Any questions? Now is the time where, Paul, if you have questions, this is where the conversation happens, and then we'll do the vote. But you don't usually do discussion in the middle of your vote. So do you have anything to ask them about this piece before we do the vote?
No.
Okay. All right. Go ahead then, and we'll call for a motion. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, 7 ayes. So motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to our next agenda item, discussion of the 2022-2023 budget projections.
Members of the board, long time no see. Tonight, each month, we bring you an updated status of our 22-23 budget. And this is what we provide every January through June as we wrap up the fiscal year. We are to a point now where my eyesight is getting worse. I don't want to give you guys the wrong number. My apologies here. We are at a point in time, the base that we are looking at adding approximately $10 million to the fund balance for the 22-23 school year. Now, we just want to give you that as a heads up. Remember, it was a very large deficit, or larger deficit in the beginning of the year, but this has been this is still the second of the crazy years with with having many vacancies and having a lot of subs fill part-time, and those salaries are much less than what the budgeted position. But we do plan to come back in June and take some of those monies and do a transfer, probably in the $2 to $3 million range, to the health insurance fund, and do some of these monies. We still plan to add to fund balance, but this is just one of the realities of the situation that we're in. Normally, it wouldn't be this high based on the original budget, but however, just due to the many vacancies, and then our interest earnings are much higher, much higher. Well, anytime you go from 0.25% to 5, I mean, you're going to have a much more higher. So all those things together, we've got a little bit more money on the SHARs, which is our federal reimbursement piece, but all that together is about $10 million, and we plan to come to you in June with a transfer to move some of those monies, so they don't all roll forward to the general fund balance, but to help prepay or to help put our health insurance fund in a much better position up front, and we may have some other recommendations once we have further discussions. But I just want to give you a heads up. I was looking at about $10 million as of the end of April. We'll have one more month of data, and we'll make that recommendation in June. But I just want to give you a heads up that each month, that number has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. And so I just wanted to just bring it to your attention that we know that it's getting larger, and we do have a plan for some of those funds.
All right. Anything else? Board members, any questions? Okay. All right. That concludes this agenda item. We'll move on next to the C5 Business and Finance Monthly Reports, the Monthly Financial Investment, the Monthly Investment Report, and we'll go ahead and say the Monthly Bond Status Report and the Monthly Tax Report. Anything we should be
just
aware
members of the board, just want to you have the reports. I don't really have anything that was out of the ordinary or any anomalies. So if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to ask them.
No questions, board members? Okay. All right. Board members, I'd like to point out a few things. You have the debrief in your agenda, and that's just to talk about kind of how we continue to manage our meetings, and we're moving things to consent, all that good stuff. And then we also have a part of our evaluation process on the wall and continuous improvement. That's the tool we're going to use as we continue to evaluate. Sarah Grissom's going to bring us more information on us to consider of what is our board purpose, our board goals. We talk about what are our roles and responsibilities. So without further ado, it is 10:17, and we will be moving into closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.071, personnel to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Rutledge Elementary School principal. And Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Aiken Elementary School principal. There will be no action taken in closed. We will come back out and open for any action. Board members, it is 11:19. We are back in open session. I need a motion from closed.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Amanda Wilson for principal at Aiken Elementary School, 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented, in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2023-2024 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Francesca, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Jessica Schock for principal at Rutledge Elementary School, 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented, in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2023-2024 school year.
I second.
Have a motion from Francesca, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes? Oh. Okay, all those in favor. Okay, raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right. We have no other items on us before the agenda. Therefore, if there's no objection, we adjourn at 11:21.